Alright. I think YouTube is up.
I will be able to assist you with my LSPD privileges. Accessing their database and communications is a perk of the job. One that
I
will prove
think it's
useful
up.
throughout this venture, I'm certain.
Alright. Damn, JB, yeah, you just got robbed, bro. You've been robbed twice. You've been robbed, bro. You've lost twice, bro. You've lost money. You've lost 1,000 gas, pretty much. How are you gonna let this happen,
what you need,
bro?
boss? Some wheels? I can bring them round. I'll bring it to you.
Alright, yeah, good. Okay, I got my YouTube up. So I've got YouTube, I got Twitch. Okay, happy days, happy days. Woo! Hey, Brassy, yeah, late stream. I was sleeping, I can't lie, I was napping. I came in from seeing Rebecca and I just went to... I just laid down on the sofa. I had so much food. I had to have leftover food from yesterday. I had to have all what was left. So I had already eaten. I had already had a burger when I was out with Rebecca, and then I come home and I was like, fuck. So I had to eat all this food. I had to sit there and just chomp down on the maddest amount of food. And by the end of it, I was like, yeah, I am gonna go to bed. I'm gonna have a nap. So I went and laid down on the sofa, fell asleep for about 4 hours, and then I eventually got up. Sugar intake is crazy, yeah. I've not actually had that many sweet things. It's mostly just all the food for like dinner and stuff that I've had, but Rebecca did bring some biscuits yesterday, and I had some of those. And I've had some trifle. For those who are British, you might know trifle if you're British. It's more of an old person thing. It's like an old family thing. Nowadays, everyone has all that special stuff, but back then you had to make do with what you had. So trifle was kind of that. Oh, where were you? You've been eating straight sugar for breakfast. Oh my god. Your body will not thank you at the end of this. I suppose that's the thing though, as long as it's only for a special time period, like for Christmas, you know, it's fine for Christmas. It's just if it becomes like a regular thing, you know? But for Christmas, it's fine. It's fine. That's how I'm looking at it. I know Dean's gonna be, because Dean's been on the Dean's been on that diet for like the last year. He's been trying to build up his fitness again. So I know bro's gonna be like really having a good time, but at the same time I know he's gonna be like, fuck, this is messing me up for my, you know, this is messing up all my things. But yeah, I guess that's just the way it is, isn't it? Fuck. Alright. Yeah, fair. No, don't go through the door. Don't go through the door that's built for it. Go through the... Oh my god, hello. They respawn the enemies outside. This is my last time doing Vincent. I don't ever have to do it again. I mean, I will. If anyone else wants to help, wants my help with it, yeah, I'll help them. But this is the last time I'll ever host Vincent myself. Which is kind of crazy to say when you think about it. Like, this is the last time I'll ever host Vincent. Unless if it's like on triple or something and I'm like, yeah, you know, or they do like a special event. Like, oh yeah, it's triple money, or you get bonus money for doing it. You know, like they did this week. Yeah, I'll do it again then, but I'm not going to do it otherwise. What version? Oh, well, the game. This is the PS5 version. I hate how it glitches out and doesn't show where the business is. It's only because of JB that I knew, so thank you, JB, for telling me this.
There should be a stash of cash in there somewhere, just like the last time. But don't get overconfident. Might have tightened security since our last incursion.
Want to do Cayo Perico? Nah, I'm alright. I don't particularly care for Cayo Perico. Thank you for the offer, though. Yeah, Jay. Well, he told me where it was because he could still sit on the minimap, whereas I couldn't because it was glitched. My minimap glitches now. I don't know why, but I can never see where that is, where the second thing is. But he could see it, so he told me, which massively helped me. Otherwise, I'd have been driving around like an idiot. You have all the steps done with the Cluckenbell raid. I mean, I can help you if you want. Alright. But yeah, I've got to help Rebecca with Avi as well at some point. So good. Oh yeah, good news for anybody who didn't see the Discord. So Dean's coming back early apparently, right? So Dean's coming back on the 28th, which is Sunday. So I was thinking, yeah, because Rebecca's available too after work. I was thinking, yeah, that might be the perfect time to do Overtime Rumble because the 28th, right, is a Sunday, right? Not the perfect day, but it is around Christmas time, so a lot of people still have time off or they're not, you know, having to do crazy stuff anyway. I was thinking, yeah, we could do Overtime Rumble in the snow. Perfect, because the snow ends on the 29th, right? Dean's back on the 28th. Rebecca will be on. Perfect timing. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's probably the best thing we could do. So that's the plan anyway. That's the plan for hopefully for Sunday. So if anyone wants to do that, you know where to be. You want me to help you, Kaya Perico? Well, bro, I want a lot of things in life, but unfortunately they don't always happen. That is life. Honestly, it's something. It is something.
Looks like we're ready to hit the cartel again. Superlative work, officer.
I don't know why I don't know why anyone would want help with Kaya Perico. Kaya Perico is like one of the easiest things in the game, to be honest with you. I don't know why anyone would want help on Kaya Perico. Like, I can understand help on Casino. I could understand help on OG Heist. I'd certainly understand help on Doomsday. Kaya Perico, that's like literally the easiest heist in the game that you can do solo. It takes like 10 minutes. It takes like 10 minutes to do the finale and maybe about an hour to do the setups. Hour and 15 to do the setups. First time you judge someone that is an AF or JB. Well, I think what a worthy choice. What a worthy candidate.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them round. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Fuck that rag.
That's one thing I've realized about, like, that's one thing at Twitch is really interesting, is that I've noticed phases with Twitch from me in my stream. Is that when I first started, you'd get lots of trolls. It was lots of like a lot of really trolly people. They would troll every day. A lot of really edgy, like, trolly dons. But for the most part, you know, when people would come in, they would say stuff like, "Oh, could you please help with this?" Or, you know, would you be able to help with this? You know, and they would usually say some form of please or thank you or, you know, whatever. Really. They would just, you know, they would at least have some level. And then as the years went on, it became more and more, oh, can you do this? Can you do that? With no please or thank you. And then now it's just got to the point where it's like, I want you to do this for me. Like, it's like, I want you to do this. And I don't care. And you're not a person with agency. You're not a person with your own, like, you know, thoughts and feelings and you know, prerogatives in life. You're nothing like that. You're just here to help me. Do it. And I wonder how many more years it's gonna be until people start becoming really threatening, like do it or else. I'm just waiting. It's like it's getting worse every year. It's getting worse. That's crazy. It's so weird. Hey, Barbord, what's up? Beggars that think their choosers are your least favorite genre of people. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know why people think that I'm gonna do that. You can see why I don't really help people much anymore. Like, I used to always help people, but you can see why I stopped, because people just aren't, you know, they're not grateful. Like, I'm not expecting them to fucking suck me off or anything. I'm just, you know, just a please and a thank you really goes a long way, but people these days don't have that. It's just, you know, you do the stuff for them, they get the money, and then they just disappeared. You never see them again, or you see them when they only want the money. They'll come back after a few weeks and they'll be like, oh, I've got a Cayo Perico. It's like, oh, okay, yay, I get to do another one. And it's almost always Cayo Perico too. I don't know why. It's funny because if they just watched, they would see that how I would do Cayo Perico and they could do it themselves. Because like I mean, obviously I do Cayo Perico stealth solo. Usually on a regular basis. I haven't done it recently, but I used to do it, you know, on a regular basis. There was like a period of time when I was doing it every week, multiple times a week. And once you learn how to do it like that, you don't need anyone to help you anymore. Oh yeah, no, you can't have that. No, you can't have, hey, can you help me do something, or hey, can you teach me? It's never that. It's just do it for me. And then there's never any please or thank you or anything. I know it's probably just a cultural thing because it's much more common in the UK for people to say, but at least when I was growing up, it was very common for people to say please and thank you. You know, it was very common. It still is. Like you'll notice that with me, I always say please and thank you, even when, you know, even with things that I think people think aren't necessary to say on, but I do. Even on the buses, like I know that most buses these days, like in London, they all just tap on now. Right, and I know in a lot of places you do the same thing now. You just tap on, and some places you tap out. And I'm like, you don't really have to say anything to the bus driver anymore, but like I still say thank you to the bus driver. I still say hello and thank you and all that. Even though there's like literally no other interaction required. You don't have to ask for tickets or anything like that anymore. In London, you haven't had to for years. In other places, it's like it's getting more and more common just to have tap and go or tap in and off. But yeah, you know, I still, whenever I go anywhere, I always say, you know, please and thank you everywhere I go. But maybe it's a second language. Nah, there's no. I'll be real. The people that speak it as a second language are more polite usually. It's always the spoiled American kids that I find are the worst, and then followed by the spoiled British kids. But when it's people with second languages, I find they're a little bit more like. You know, they actually do try.
Okay, I'm sending you a CCTV shot of the terabyte. Alright, let's take care of the hacking device. Remember the guy with the terabyte? He deactivated the last one we stole, so we've got to go back for another. Bring down the drones to bypass his security. I guess an inconspicuous locale is a necessity.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It just makes you feel like you're just, oh, you're there to please, you know, you're there to do something for someone else. And it's like, I don't know, it just comes across very odd. Like, I mean, I don't mind helping people that are stuck, you know, that have been around a while. Like, I'm happy to help people that have been around a while. Bloody hell, that was a suicide bomb attempt. What the fuck was that? But yeah, like, I'm happy to help people, but it's always people that haven't been around, and they just, like, instantly expect you to do it. Whereas, like, if it's someone from the stream that's been around a while, I'm, like, happy to do it. I'm happy to, like, help out where I can, but it's always people that haven't been around before, and they just, the first thing they say is not, oh, hello, how are you? Or hey, how you doing? Like, my name is,
Should be suitable for us to use.
I don't know,
If you can find the keys.
Jim Johnson or something. It's always, you know, I have a problem, you solve. It's like, what do you mean I solve? What do you mean by that? Why is it my problem to solve? I'm just chilling, I'm just existing.
Keep going. I'll make sure there's no retaliation from the LSPD. Just a simple matter of
Yeah, I don't know, it's really weird. It's like, I don't know, maybe they do. I think they do think it's like, I think it's because a lot of streamers do it for, you know, work, and so they'll do anything for a sub. Like, the amount of streamers that sell out their soul for a fucking sub is hilarious. Whereas I would never do that. I would refund, if I was taking money, I would refund the money. Like, yeah, you can keep that, motherfucker. Krim doesn't call it Christmas, he calls it Wait, what? Christmas? What the fuck is he on? No, that Don's the worst of the worst, man. The more I hear about him, the more it annoys me. Bro is genuinely on something else. He's on another planet.
Got the keys? Then please admit yourself aboard.
Merry Christmas with a, like, Krim. Oh, that is a madness. That's crazy work from him. Merry Christmas with oh no. That angers me. That angers me. That just thinking about that angers me.
Then as you approach the signals, hit them with that hacking device. And remember to keep up your speed. Don't want those miscreants to catch up and take you down.
Yeah, no, it's literally because of his name. It's it's just insane. No, that's diabolical. No, the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking about that now, the more it's making me angry. That's absolutely diabolical. That's like next level diabolical. Wasn't one of Jesus' messages to practice humility? Yeah, but that would actually imply that he's a real Christian and not one of these people that just says they're a Christian because they were born into it. No, that's diabolical. I'm angry just thinking about it. Like, the fact that imagine putting your name instead of Christ. Oh my god. Imagine being Christian and doing that. That's why I don't think he's a real Christian. I think he's just that because he was born into it. No, that's diabolical. I'm fully atheist, and I wouldn't do that. I don't even like saying Xmas that much because I like to say Christmas because it's like the full name. Like, I've got nothing against Xmas, but I prefer saying Christmas, and I'm fucking atheist. I don't believe in any god. And yet even I fucking don't like that. That's crazy. No, the AI in this game, bro. The AI in this game actually fucked. These dons are actually insane. The accuracy on some of these dons is nuts now. You know what? Fuck your helicopter in particular. You know what? This is what you get. This is what you get. You get that. Happy Merry Christmas to you. You could have killed. Oh, they killed me like right at the end too. Scumbags. Ah, shit, that Don with the heavy machine gun is gonna light me the fuck up if I'm not careful. Did I say I was watching Avatar Stranger Things on New Year's? I'll be watching Stranger Things. I don't know if it'll be on New Year's or not. It might be the day after.
I'll arrange for the train to be stored unsuspiciously until the raid.
I'm not watching Avatar until sometime in the new year. but not New Year's in particular. Just sometime in probably like the second week of January or something. So I'll be one of those dons that helps James get the, you know, because I think it's what, like, made 500 million so far, and some people are speculating it'll make about 1.5 billion. So I'll be one of those people that helps James get to that number, you know, in the new month. I've heard a lot of people saying, oh, it's a failure, and I'm like, bro, even if it hits 1.5 billion, that's still more money than the vast majority of films ever make. Like, calm your tits, bros. The amount of, like, hate threads I've seen today on Reddit is disgusting. The amount of hate I've been seeing is absolutely diabolical. Hey, Joe, what are you saying, bro? How you doing? Yeah, I hope he gets it. I hope he gets his hits his number. I need to see how this series ends. I need to see this big time skip in the fourth film, and I want to know. And I want to see what happens when they go to Earth. And apparently how Jake is not going to be the main protagonist after the time skip and stuff like that. And I'm like, I need to see all this. I need to see what he's planning. They better do it. So yeah, they always do this shit. They're like, oh, it's a failure, and I'm like, bro, yeah, if they don't hit what Avatar 2 hit, they're gonna say it's a failure. And I'm like, bro, he made all the money back for the 2 films already from Avatar 2. Like, the amount of money he made from Avatar 2 paid for both of the films. So this is just pure gravy at this point. This is just pure gravy. This is just pure deliciousness that he can just rake it in and just chill. You just finished heist. What heist are you doing, bro? Yeah, he said, yeah. He also apparently said he's going to do a book as well at one point. I don't know which one he's going to end up doing, but like, I'm just like, you know what? Please, just give us the films, because the fun of Avatar is the visuals. All right, you know, like, I'm sure that the book could be good, and he could flesh it out in the book maybe more. But part of the fun of Avatar is seeing all these amazing visuals in these different areas of this world. So. Oh yeah, the video game. I actually want to get that now. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to get the video game. I wasn't gonna get it before because it's Ubisoft and it was first person only, but then they added like third person to it, and I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of like low key wanting it now, so I might pick it up. I hate Ubisoft so much, but I want to support Avatar, so. You were doing a Cairo just for some money, but you've got casino steps to do some time. Okay. You know what? The casino steps in the snow are great, by the way. They're really fun. Especially Duggan, although I don't recommend you doing Duggan in the snow. It's crazy. I did it last night with my Hydra, and it was fucking amazing. But I had to really rely on the on my instruments in the plane. How many of his movies have I seen? I don't know how many I've seen personally. Like I'm not like able to like remember them off the top of my head.
Okay, the coordinates should be with you shortly.
I'll have a quick look.
I'm sending you
Cameron.
images of the gangs we're hitting. Get a good look.
Filmography.
I've got a few reports here about some gangs in the area. All of them carrying illegal weapons, armor, and masks.
Terminator.
All we need is one cache of weapons and one stash of gear.
Wait, no. Fuck is this? This ain't directed. What the fuck? This is
Weapons, masks, and armor that can't be traced to us.
I want to see the director. Terminator. I think I've seen Aliens before. Terminator 2, Titanic, obviously Titanic. Avatar 2. Yeah, those are the ones I've seen. Oh yeah, Joe, if you want money, bro, you should do the Vincent job at the moment, because you get an extra 500 if you do it. If you do the heist, sorry, the finale If you host a finale, you get 500 for yourself later on. It will come in within 72 hours. And if you join another person's finale, you get 500 as well. So you get an additional million if you join one and you host one, you get an additional million. On top of the 500 you get for hosting it. So you'll get basically 1.5 million. Yeah, the Clucking Bell one. Yeah, Vincent's job. That's why I'm doing it at the moment. That and because I want to get it all maxed out before the end of the before I want to get my career ticked off, but also because yeah, it gave a lot of good money. Oh, where am I going for B for? I usually do A on this one. Joe hasn't done the casino missions. I'm pretty sure Joe did it on the Xbox version back in the day. It's crazy to say that, but yeah, casino time is pre like COVID stream time. It's crazy to think that. That's crazy, like, because I break down my streams until I said those 3 phases: pre-COVID, COVID, active COVID, and then post-COVID. And it's crazy to think casino was actually pre-COVID. That's a long time ago. I remember when casino was brand new. You never did the casino missions. Oh, you never did the actual missions itself. Oh, that's crazy, bro. I like that you just skipped the missions and did the heist. That's diabolical. That's actually okay, that is diabolical. I agree, that is diabolical. I take everything I said back. That is diabolical. Those are some of the best missions in the game, too. Ha. Can I avoid having to fight these dons? Maybe. Nope. Because they have mad view, apparently. Okay, fair enough. These guys aren't blind like the other ones. But yeah, Joe, if you want to join my Clucking Bell to get the 500 for joining one, you can do that when I'm done with it. Cause I'm halfway through now, so if you want to join mine, you're more than welcome to. Spread the wealth and all that. Spread the joy in the Christmas season. There we go.
You're making commendable progress. Once we grab weapons and gear, we'll have everything we need. These targets should have an ample supply of weapons and gear. Once you're satisfied, I strongly advise that you move everything to the lockup. Just to be clear, we need at least one...
Yeah, sounds good, bro. Sounds good. Well, if you want to work on your one, bro, while I'm working on mine, and then when I'm ready, I'll wait for you to finish whatever mission you're on, and then I'll invite you to mine. I can always sell or something whilst I'm waiting for you to finish yours, if you're in the middle of one, that is. We might end up finishing missions like same time or something, so it might work out. Oh shit. I like how all these companies they said they're gonna get rid of Crunch, but they end up bringing it back. It's because it's too embedded in the industry. It's too embedded. The problem is, I think every industry does that though. Like, you know, like even in shops and stuff, the amount of like hard, you know, the amount that they make you work, especially like things around Christmas and when there's like big things happening, they make you go so hard for something that really, honestly, doesn't matter that much.
Looks like we got enough to hit the factory.
But they make you grind it so hard.
Take it. Got it. You have yet to disappoint. Got it. I'll keep the other options on stand.
Like, let's be real. Let's be real on The Last of Us. On the not The Last of Us, the Intergalactic, whatever the fuck it's called. If they release it next year or the year after or the year after that, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It really doesn't fucking matter. They're still gonna make money from it. They're still probably gonna sell out, you know, mad amounts of it. You know, I don't get why there's this intense like need to get it out next year. It's not like it's not like it's a sequel or something where people are waiting after a really big, you know, cliffhanger or something. It's a brand new IP. If it releases this year, next year, the year after, it doesn't really matter. I can understand if it was, you know, a sequel, but it's not. Yeah, I think it's 27, but I was just saying, like, next year, the year after, just as a kind of a, you know, general kind of say, like, it doesn't matter when it comes out. It doesn't really matter. It's like, it's, you know, it's still gonna sell well. It's still gonna be successful. Like, I don't know why there's this big need for them to speed through it. Just delay it another year, you know what I mean? Just drop it in 28, 29, who cares? Just do it like how, you know, fucking, what's it called? Elder Scrolls, you know, where God knows when that's coming out. That thing might never come out at this rate. Just do it like that. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Hey, Snapback, thank you. Massive fumble. I mean, it's fine because they can still release it on PS5 after the PS6 comes out. I imagine that with the PS6 prices are probably going to be higher, which means that it's very likely that a lot of people won't be able to afford PS6s anyway, so I would imagine a lot of people just end up stuck on PS5 for years after the PS6 comes out either way, so I don't think it really matters that much at the end of the day. It's not like the PS5 is suddenly going to be shit. The PS5 is probably Sony's best all-round, like, console when it comes to actual performance. Like, I'm actually really impressed with the PS5. It's held up really well in terms of performance. The PS4 at this point in its lifespan was diabolical. Loud as shit and slow. Whereas the PS5, it's quick. It still looks good. You know? Yeah, it's the controller. The PS5 itself is a really good console. It's the controller that's absolutely diabolical. Like, I love the features and I love that. It's the quality. The controller is amazing, I should say. The controller itself, the feature set is insane. One of the best controllers I've ever used. But the quality is shit. And it's very easy. That's the thing that annoys me about it, is that they could fix the DualSense super easy and very cheaply too. They could easily fix the DualSense by just changing out the old style analog sticks for TMR sticks and by having a removable battery that you can just slide out of the back. Done. Easy peasy. Would cost them maybe an extra $5. Just put the price of the controller up. At least it will last longer. Like, even if they put the controller by $10 and it was like £80 or something, I'd still pay that if it meant the controller lasted more than a year. I'd pay $90 for that. If you had a controller that lasts more than a year, I'd pay fucking $90 for that shit. That's all I want from Sony.
Decent car will have decent security. Watch your six. You got eyes on the vehicle yet? They probably have it in a secure location. Do whatever you need to do to get it. Watch out, they know you're there.
To be fair to PC users, I don't think they really question that the games can run 60 FPS and 120. It's more so the quality, like the graphical quality is lower when you when you play them like that. Like, the magic of PC is that you can play the games at 120 FPS, 4K, maxed out graphics. That's more the... But the problem with that is that very few PC gamers ever have the machines capable of doing that. I would argue that probably maybe about 9 out of 10 PC gamers don't have that level of machine. They're just also the loudest one. Like, even within the PC community, they're jarring as fuck. Like, everyone in the PC community hates these, like, really high, like, 5090 dons because they're so jarring. The average person on PC is running a 1650, an NVIDIA 1650, GTX 1650, which is a very old card now and not very powerful. I think it may have been surpassed now by maybe the 2060 maybe has maybe surpassed it, but we're talking about like very low end in today's world anyway cards, and that's the average PC gamer. The average PC gamer still plays at 1080p. They still have a very low end, you know, what it would be today a low end card, and when it came out was a low to mid tier card. So most PC gamers don't even live up to that stereotype. Is that better than the PS5 Pro? No. A 1650 is... I would say a 1650 is lower than a PS5, a standard PS5. Yeah, it would be. Like, actually, yeah, quite a significant amount, actually. But mind you, that is an old card. Like a modern day, like the modern day minimum, mid-tier cards, I suppose, like a 5060 Ti or a 9060 XT or something like that would absolutely smoke both the PS5 and even the Pro. But the problem is that most people, even though they're mid-tier, most people don't actually have them. PS6 about to be PC performance of 800. I wouldn't say it's PC performance. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far with it. Like, we're talking... I mean, you could argue any of it. You could argue it'd be like mid-tier PC, but I wouldn't say it's like, you know, high-end PC. There's still a lot of perks to having a nice, fat, juicy, you know, like a 9070. I suppose a sequel to whatever the 9070 would be, or the 9060 XT sequel. I don't know what they're gonna call them, because they kind of made. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna call them actually, because it's kind of a weird that they would skip to the 90 series in the first place. So I don't know what AMD's gonna call them, but I suppose if you want to look at NVIDIA terms, a 6070 would still probably be way better than a PS6. The advantage of a console is that you don't have to spend a shit ton of extra money to make sure everything else is good. And any other time in history, it wouldn't have been so bad, but it's just because the PC prices are so bad now. Like, RAM is so expensive. But that's going to affect consoles as well. What am I doing? That's still going to affect consoles. Like, it's not going to be like, oh, consoles get let off by that. Like, they're still going to be expensive. And the problem is as well, people say, oh, well, contracts already signed, but the contract's only signed for a few years into the next gen. So what's going to happen is Sony's going to have to leverage. They're going to have to use the money that they earn from the PS6 early on to pay for the fact that the price is going to go up later. Otherwise, they're going to have significant increases of the price later. So what they're going to probably do is they're going to have to increase the initial price to then average out and pay for, you know, the later PS6s that come. Because if, for example, let's say they get a PS6 out for, say, 500. Let's say they get it out for 500. That's not going to stay 500 for very long. Once those initial contracts run out, they're suddenly going to see a big jump, because it's not like RAM's going to suddenly go down in the next few years. we're going to see RAM increasing in demand up to 27 and perhaps more. I think it's, from what I've understand, is that OpenAI has already made a contract that 40% of the global RAM supply is going to go to it by 2029. So this shit is going to go on for a very long time. Like, this shit's going to go on for, you know, 5+ years at least. So
This car should provide all the means necessary for a perfect escape.
it's not like it's going to go back to normal, and then the PS6 prices will also jump up otherwise. So, hey Beljuice, what's up? Yeah, it's just, that's the way it is. That's the new world. Phones are gonna go up, PlayStations are gonna go up, Xboxes are gonna go up. Everything's gonna go up. Everything's gonna go up fucking ridiculous. Those flagship phones that are already £1,000, yeah, get ready for them to go up as well. It's fucked. The worst thing is that we've put such a reliance on technology without investing in the production of it. I've been saying this for years now. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that we in the West, especially we in the Western world, have relied so heavily on like, you know, computer parts, components to build stuff. We've made this massive reliance on computers. Everything we do now is through digital means, right? And yet we produce absolutely fucking nothing of it, like none of it. Everything that we consume, especially in technology, which we rely on for everything, is produced in Asia. Some of it's manufactured in South Korea, some of it's manufactured in Taiwan, some of the lower end components are manufactured in China, because China doesn't have the capability as of right now to build anything that matches, you know, DDR5 RAM or, you know, anything like that. They are catching up, but they're not able to do it yet. But everything is produced in that small little, well, not small, but that area of the world where China is exerting its influence, which means that if there's ever a war, let's say if China invades Taiwan, then, you know, we're fucked. And there's not enough production in the West to make up for it. I know that Biden, he invested heavily in bringing stuff over to the US, and Trump has basically cut all that shit because he's an idiot, and he cut all that shit, and so now it's still gonna happen, but it's not happening as quick, and there's not as much investment as there should be. There was going to be more investment rounds, but unfortunately because Trump came in, that's all been scaled back. So now we have this situation where we're increasing, you know, we're so reliant now on Asia. If there's ever a war in Asia, we're all fucked. So it really annoys me that we've allowed ourselves to go that direction. We should have been building, especially in Europe, we should have been building the facilities to manufacture our own DDR RAM, our own DDR5 RAM, our own CPUs. You know, we should be doing all that in Europe. We shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be relying on foreign entities to do that shit. It pisses me off that we've allowed ourselves to become so reliant on Asia. If you said that to an American or European in let's say if you said to an American in the prime years of America's, you know, industry, in the 50s and all that, when America was pumping out industry for the rest of the world, if you said to an American worker then, oh yeah, by the way, in 100 years time, less than 100 years time, everything's going to be made in fucking China, they'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why would you say that? That's stupid. That'll never happen. Now we are. Well, everything's made in fucking China or other places in Asia, which is ridiculous. Computers are such an important part of our lives now. It should be a national industry. It should be considered national security, national importance. Everything should be produced. Everything technological should be produced in the West. I don't care the fuck how much more expensive it is. It should be produced in the West. But no, that didn't happen, and these now we're all gonna suffer for it in the future. So GG's for that one, lads. It'll be funny though in a way, because what's gonna happen to the West is it's just gonna basically be a bunch of server farms. That's it. That's all the West is gonna be. A bunch of server farms buying up huge amounts of tech from Asia to then utilize to sell subscription-based services to all the peasants that live in the West, around the server farms. And you're gonna like it. That's it. You're not gonna own anything. You're not gonna own your own computer. You're gonna rent one. You're gonna rent a cloud-based computer. That's basically what we're gonna do. That's where we're going in the West. Is that we're gonna own nothing, and we're gonna subscribe to it instead of owning it. We're seeing that with Xbox games, you know, the streaming service, Xbox Live, Xbox Game, what the fuck it's called, Game Pass Ultimate. We're seeing that with Nvidia GeForce Now. It's all gonna be run and off these massive server farms, whilst we own nothing. We're gonna have no computers. We're just gonna have little basic devices that can connect to these other devices, and everything is run off that instead. Great for surveillance. That's why I think that's why it's such a big thing. Is it's perfect for surveillance. If you have your own computer, you can run stuff that the state doesn't want you to run. Whereas if you subscribe to it, they can control what you run. So that's one aspect of it. But two, they keep you locked in. You can't, if you ever unsubscribe, you have no access to any of your stuff. All your files, all the stuff that you need to do anything in the world now. Your digital ID, all that stuff, that can all be locked out. If you don't pay that subscription, you're fucked. It's so shit. It's so fucked up. This is the world we're going to. It sucks because if you said to someone in the 90s, oh yeah, that's what's going to happen in just 20 years time, 30 years time, you're all going to be, everything's going to be sub-based, you're not going to own anything, they'd be like, nah, that's fucked up. Who would ever want to do that? But that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I hate it. I hate how everything's subscription based now. Remember when you used to own your own music as well? Remember when everyone used to own their own music? They would own their own movies. Some people still do, but most people, they don't do that anymore. They will just rely on Spotify. They all rely on Netflix. They all rely on, you know, people are going to start relying on things like Xbox Game Pass Ultimate and GeForce Now. It's like, that's crazy to me. The West used to be humbled. We've already been humbled. We're not that. We're not them anymore. We've sold ourselves out to our corporate overlords over the last 50 years. We've sold ourselves out. The corporate overlords are making more money than ever. Everyone else is poorer than ever. Why? And in the meantime, China is thriving. Well, there are some parts of China that's suffering, but for the most part, it's building. I mean, look at China. Look how much fucking fast high-speed rail they've built. They've built so much high-speed rail in like 30 years. If you go back to China in the 90s, it looked like fucking run down as fuck. They had steam trains. They've built more high-speed rail in 30 years than we've built the UK's built since the Victorian age. It's a joke. I know a lot of it's because they have very low standards for safety, but still, it's like, jeez, man, that's so shit. How are we so bad? How are we so backwards? But, oh well, that's life, you know. It's one of those things. I love reading in history books. I love reading about the decline of other nations. It's always very interesting reading the decline of an empire. I loved reading about the decline of the Portuguese and the Spanish empires and how they came to be. How did those empires collapse? How do they become so weak and pathetic? And it's always very interesting reading about stuff like that. It's a little bit more concerning though when you have to read. It's not that one. Oh, it's that one. It's way more concerning when you're reading it, when you're like experiencing it at the time. Like it's really odd to read it. Because you're like, there's so many parallels with those old empires and the current Western world, especially America. It's very weird.
The key card could be a locker or something similar.
All right, nice. That's pretty easy. Joe, I'm almost ready to go on mine if you're... So if you're in a mission or something and you finish it, just give me a few minutes. I should be ready in a bit. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't. People just don't react to it until it's too late. Like, it's so obvious that the way that the world's going is down. You know, it's going down here. And I always find it really interesting with like the Trump stuff, MAGA. You know, make America great again. But the funny thing is, he's just speeding up America's decline rather than actually saving it. Like, when I look at America today, I just think to myself, that is an empire in its last hurrah. Like, it's gonna come crumbling down very soon. It's going to have no friendships in the world. It's going to have, you know, after Trump goes, the damage is going to be long term. Like, people are going to, you know, it's not like, oh, we're going to go back to normal. Like, you know, Europe is never going to trust. Europe is never going to trust America ever again now. I certainly fucking won't. He's going back to fucking talk about how he wants Greenland again. Like, bro just doesn't... Bro just keeps... He spent... Sorry. Did you see what he was doing on Christmas Day? Bro spent, like, the whole day angrily tweeting. Give me a sec. Sorry, I was just... he spent the whole day angrily tweeting. Who the fuck sits there on Christmas Day and just spends hours angrily tweeting? Well, not tweeting, it was his true social bollocks. But who the fuck sits there just yapping away all fucking day on Christmas about how fucking angry he is at the world? Oh yeah, he said that you sound beautiful and cute, and then the kid's like, I'm 8. Yeah, I mean, it tracks. Bro's a fucking pedophile. Bro's a... I mean, look, I'm gonna be real. Bro's a child rapist. We all know this. We all know this. The fucking Epstein files already have confirmed this multiple times. He's a fucking child rapist. He's disgusting. I think to myself, God, the fact that people vote for him, it's crazy. We all knew this before. We all knew this from previous leaks, from previous, you know, releases of files in the past. Yeah, it's... Yeah, like, whenever I hear a kid, I'm just like, fuck off, man. I don't want to deal with it. When I'm out and about, I hear a kid, I'm like, fuck off. Just go away. I don't want to hear you. Bro's like, yeah, you know, what a weird Don. And some of the things that were released, man, some of the things that were unredacted, nah, bro is weird as fuck, man. Like, some of the shit I've seen is actually diabolical, and it really annoys me that no one's talking about it. Like, the news and stuff aren't talking about it. But of course they're not going to, because they're all owned by him now. They're all owned by allies. I mean, look at all these organizations. You know, all these billionaires keep buying them up. So of course they're not going to say anything. But yeah, what a weirdo. So, but yeah, I'm just glad that he's angry. I'm just glad that he's obviously very unhappy with his life, and I'm glad. I hope he spends the rest of his pathetic life being angry at everything. I really do. And I love that I like that Melania, whatever her name is. I like how you could tell by her body language. Like, I know she's complicit and I know she's bad, but you could tell that she fucking despises him too, because when they were doing that thing in front of the Christmas tree, her seat was so far away from his, and she was facing the complete wrong, like, she was facing away from him, and she had to turn her head like 180 degrees to speak to him, which... Yeah, which is, yeah, I mean, body language-wise, it's so obvious that she despises him. It's so obvious that she's just waiting for him to die to claim the inheritance. I really wouldn't be surprised if we never hear from her again when he dies. She'll get her money and then she'll fuck off from that and want to probably stay quiet. I don't see it going on the Erica Kirk grift. I just think she'll get the money and she'll fuck off. She'll be like, good riddance to him. Finally, that sack of shit is dead. Move on. The guy that directed the Rush Hour movies and X-Men 3 is making a Melania biopic. Can you expect that to be one of the worst movies ever? Oh my god. Nah, it's crazy, man. Nah, it's crazy to me. But hey, look, as much as I'm fed up with the world at times, at least I'm not on fucking Twitter or Truth Social spamming about how, you know, how evil the Democrats are, or how fucking angry he is about other countries and all this shit. I mean, god, that's so sad. Like, if he wasn't such a piece of shit, I'd actually feel bad for him. If he wasn't a child rapist piece of shit, I'd actually feel bad for him a little bit. So I'm like, yeah, this guy's clearly unhappy in his life. Like, he's the president of the United States and he's angry, he's upset. How can you get to the president of the United States? You've achieved one of the most amazing things in life, and you're still upset. You're still upset with life. You're still bitter and angry. How fucking pathetic. Meanwhile, Barack Obama, he went to a children's hospital for Christmas, and all the children were loving him. And then someone said, yeah, you would never see Donald Trump going to a children's hospital. And then someone else said, yeah, it's a good thing he doesn't, because he'd probably start trying to fucking be inappropriate with them. And I was like, yeah, you know what, that's actually true. I'm glad he doesn't go to a fucking children's hospital. Keep him the fuck away from them. Keep that man away from children. Did you read the plaques? Yeah, bro's so fucking bitter. He's still so bitter. I love it. I also really like the response from Bill Clinton's team, because Bill Clinton's team's like, yeah, release the full thing. Release the full Epstein files. Which is ballsy. That's ballsy, to be fair. I mean, it doesn't mean that Bill's innocent, but it is ballsy. If you're apparently, you know, a pedophile, right? And you basically say, yeah, release the full files then. That's ballsy. So either he is innocent or he's not, and he's just like, well, fuck, if I'm going down, so is Trump, kind of thing. So I'm like, yeah, either way, yeah, that's okay, fair play. So they should. I hope you know, that's my dream, is I want someone to leak this shit. I don't know who it could be, but I'm hoping someone who has the full thing leaks the fucking thing, and because it's ridiculous this man is going without justice. This man needs to face justice. But I don't think he will. I'm gonna be real. This ain't the movies, you know. In the real world, people don't face justice. Big rich people like that, powerful people, they don't face justice. It's not like the movies. This man will never face justice. He will get off scot-free. He'll die an angry, sad, bitter old man. Alone and unloved. And that's the only justice we'll get. On the other side, though, in good news, not Bill Clinton, Joe Biden has beat cancer. So I love how everyone was talking about Sleepy Joe, and yet bro is still looking more healthy and more fit than Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is angrily ranting at the fucking clouds, and he's falling asleep everywhere, and he's unable to think for himself. And I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect piece of propaganda that needs to be studied. That's propaganda that needs to be studied in schools in the future, is how successful they were at making this idea that Joe is incapable of existing, because that was the thing, that was the narrative for so long, that it's Sleepy Joe and that he's incapable, he's being controlled by everyone else, blah blah blah. When that was really, you know, Donald Trump that the whole time, and we're seeing that now. Donald Trump is looking worse than Joe Biden ever did, and I'm just like, bro, that should be fucking like school. That should be school fucking like 101 propaganda 101 right there. Because my god, man, the amount of the fact that people were able to be influenced that that Joe Biden was some sort of like puppet. Ah, my god, it's crazy to me. Yeah, when you see him now, bro's like legit. There was a picture someone took, or video someone took. I think it was a picture or video. Someone took a picture or video of Joe Biden, and he saw the camera, and I love the way he looked over. He looked over in such a, like, he looked over so funnily, like he saw it and he was like, yeah, okay, cool. I'm on a camera. the debate. But the problem with Joe Biden is that he just stutters. He doesn't have the ability to formulate. But the thing is as well is that he stutters, right? And that makes him look. That means that when you pick certain things, he doesn't look very good. But the problem is that Donald Trump, he just verbally diarrheas, right? Donald Trump just verbally diarrheas everywhere, and none of it makes sense. Anyone who actually pays attention to what Trump says knows that it's just verbal diarrhea. Like, he yaps about the most stupid stuff. What the fuck's going on here? He yaps about the most stupid stuff. None of it makes sense. But people people are okay with that. People kind of say whatever. But when Joe Biden would stutter, even just for a second, everyone's like, that's proof that he's bad. And it's that what I've said in the past, that there's like kind of a double standard with that. If Joe Biden ever did anything, if Joe Biden tripped, oh my god, it's the end of the fucking world. But Donald Trump tripped, and he tripped worse. And yeah, it's okay, it's fine. He's a strong leader. He's a strong leader. It's nothing. It's not that he's old. It's not that he's feeble. It's just that it's just because he tripped, you know, something got in the way. But when Joe Biden tripped, it's oh my god, it's just proof he's barely alive, you know. And I'm like, bro, I just think to myself, it's so funny the double standards in that, and the amount of propaganda that went into that is insane. It's actually insane to me. What did you walk into? Discussion about propaganda in the Western world and how propaganda can massively affect how people see things. You can really influence how people think by just the slightest thing. Joe, does it not let you join the game at all? I invited you just the actual game itself, rather than the thing. If it doesn't, I'll go into a public session. But yeah, it's just crazy to me. It's just it actually blows my mind. Incompatible assets. The fuck? All right, let me go public session. Sometimes propaganda is so good you have to catch yourself before you fall into it. Yeah, I mean, it really is. It really is. Hey, Kaylin. You've been playing RDR2 on your side chat Twitch. Oh, okay, no worries, Kaylin. If you're enjoying RDR2 that much, you should keep playing it. But yeah, it is insane, and then just how that it really was made out that Joe was like some sort of like incapable leader. But then when you see him now post presidency, he looks good. Like, he's looking good. He's beat cancer. He's definitely old. He's definitely an old man. He's not like he's a young man. He's not like that. But it just makes me laugh that people make it out that he's some sort of like really incapable old man. But whereas people make like Trump out to be that he's some sort of like, he's amazing, he's a fit young 30-year-old. It's like, it's so obvious when you listen to him. He's just verbal diarrhea. Bro can't stick to 1 point for more than 2 seconds, and half the points he makes, I mean, if Joe Biden said some of the stuff that Trump said, people would be absolutely pissed. I always like that when people, when you go to speak to these people and you quote, like, I've always loved that when they go to people like MAGA supporters and they say to them, Joe Biden said this, and then they quote a Trump thing and they go, oh, that's fucking terrible. That just shows how pathetic, how old he is, how incapable he is. And then it's like, and then they say that was Trump that said that. And then they go, and then you can see the cogs turn in their head when they're like, and then they just kind of make out, oh no, actually no, it's fine. It's just so fucking obvious that it's just, these dons, they it's fucking hilarious, man. It would be hilarious if it wasn't so serious, but yeah, anyway. But the point being, for the start of the conversation, is that Donald Trump is a pedophile, he's a child rapist, and fuck Donald Trump, and I look forward to his demise. Yeah, that's basically the summary of that one. Yeah, can't wait for that. But unfortunately for now, we just have to make do. Maybe that'll be the 2026 Christmas, well, the 2026 miracle. Maybe GTA 6 will drop and Donald Trump will drop out of the window and everything will be hunky-dory and we can continue on with our lives. That would be brilliant. Oh yeah, I think this is perfect proof that there is no justice for rich people. That's what I think it is. It's really shown up in America, the lack of checks and balances. All that bollocks from the Constitution and the checks and balances, and that we'll make sure it never goes bad and that justice will always be faced no matter who you are. All that shit in the Constitution was a load of bollocks because no one's actually doing anything about it. This man will never face justice because it just really calls into question just how fundamentally flawed that whole system is. It's really, really upsetting, but unfortunately we'll never be able to yeah, whenever someone says, oh, you know, justice is the same for all, I'm like, no, the fuck it ain't. That's perfect proof right there that it ain't. If you're rich and powerful, you'll never face justice. If Donald Trump was a poor black man from Chicago, Donald Trump would have been held, he would have been executed by now. Because he's a rich white man. He'll never face it. You'll join when the game lets you out of the Sky Lone screen. Oh no. Not that, not the lone screen. But there you go. I love that he's putting his name on the fucking Kennedy Center now. The Trump Kennedy Center. I'm looking forward to whoever comes in the future and wipes all that shit off. Like, removes all that shit from the, like, who the fuck puts their name? Who the fuck is living and puts their name on, like, something? And did anyone see these new battleships that the Trump-class battleships that they want to build? They're the most fucking stupid ships I've ever seen. They make absolutely zero sense. They're so big and so clunky, they're going to need to have escort ships. What a waste of money. They say they want to build 25 of them. 25 of these battleships in an era where battleships are basically dead. Like, no one builds battleships anymore. Because why? Because they're easy to sink. And when they sink, they're very expensive to do. That's why aircraft carriers are the main thing at the moment. But even aircraft carriers are vulnerable. But and apparently the Americans are struggling to manage to have enough escorts for all the aircraft carriers. So they're going to build another 25 of these big-ass ships that are going to need escorts themselves? Absolutely fucking nuts. I was like, what? Like, who the fuck was going to build this shit? 25 I'm just looking forward to when all this shit gets scrapped in like a couple, maybe in a decade or two, and they're like, yeah, it's not going to happen. Because that's what they'll do. I already know the Navy will just go back and forth about what they want, and then eventually when he's dead, someone in the Navy will say, yeah, it's not going to happen, and then just scrap it, and it'll just be, you know, brushed underneath the carpet and be like, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Dumbest thing. It looked so stupid when I looked at it as well. I really enjoyed listening to all the people that know their military stuff, their Navy stuff, talking about how the ships make no sense and how that they will be completely useless in a war. Someone said that if he invested his inheritance he squandered the stock market, he would be 8 times richer. Just makes it that funnier. Oh yeah, like bro failed. He made a steak company. Like, he sold steaks that failed. He ran a casino that failed too. How do you fuck up a casino? Like, how the fuck do you make a casino and then bankrupt it? like the casino always wins. The house always wins. Like, how the fuck do you fuck up a casino business? It's free money. Like, the house always wins. How the fuck can you fuck it up? Honestly, Don is just, he's the only reason he's as lucky as he is he knows other rich people. So, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, sure, bro. Whatever makes you happy. You know? At least I spend only 1 hour of my day complaining about him, whereas he spent his entire Christmas day crying about everyone else in the world. I don't know, bro. That's a bit mad to me. But if you find that impressive, if you find a crusty old rapist, child rapist at that, if you find him impressive, and you think that's cool that he spent the entirety of Christmas Day crying and moaning on his Truth Social, if you think that's impressive, if that's what you look at as being an idol in your life, bro, I just want to say, you really should really think about your life if you think that's impressive. Like, that says a lot about you. That says a lot about your standards if you think that's impressive. Because personally, none of my idols sit on Truth Social Day crying. Like, if I was president of the United States, you think I'd be sitting on Twitter every fucking day complaining instead of just, I don't know, acting like a president? That's pathetic, bro. I'm not even gonna pretend that it's. I'm not even gonna try to be nice to people anymore. Like when people bring that, when people go and say, you know, they go, "Oh, Trump derangement syndrome." I'm like, bro, that's what you find impressive. That says a lot about you. That says a lot about you. Personally, I like my idols to be actually good, successful people that don't rape children. But that's just me. Hey, Creeper, how you doing? He's being taught by Pew and all the tricks how to get money. Oh yeah, like, you know, it's so obvious that it's all connected. It's all being set up in a way. It's so obvious that it's all fucked. But no one's gonna do anything about it because no one can. No one wants to say anything. No one wants to do anything. Should ban you ban people to say that shit. Nah, I just find it funny. I actually like when people come in with that because it's a great opportunity to embarrass them. Because like that's the thing, right? If I'm gonna like, I think it's fun when people say they like him because I don't know, it's a great opportunity just to say, bro, that's your idol. That's your guy. That's your guy. Yeah, cool, bro. That's your Don. You like him? Well, I mean, hey, I mean, it says a lot about you. You like a child rapist. I mean, that's crazy, bro. I personally wouldn't ever want to like a child rapist myself. I don't know. I personally think child rapists are horrible people that should be executed. But, I mean, you do you, bro. That's crazy. I don't know. When I grew up, I liked people that actually were capable people, that were strong, intelligent, you know, intelligent people that were scientists or people that were, you know, that achieved something in life that actually benefited humanity. That's my kind of idol. You know, intelligent people who have empathy and have decency and don't rape children. That's personally my, idol. But I know that's not the fashion with people these days. People's idols these days are horrible, crusty old white men that rape children. I don't know, it's crazy. 2025, I guess. 2025 is a mad one.
You know the procedure. Ride the train.
That's 2024 you. Nah, more and more people will hopefully see what this guy is. But I know it won't happen. It won't happen now. It won't happen anytime soon. It will be something that people will hopefully. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? I don't know. Like, it used to be very much that people made excuses for him, but I feel like when it gets to the point where you get to child, you know, when you actually rape children, I don't know. I feel like if you're defending him still with that at that point, I don't know. I feel that's mad to me. Like, yeah, you could defend him when he was horribly racist and he targeted black people in particular. You could be okay with him sweeping up people with ICE and then dropping them off in Africa, even though that wasn't the country they came from. Sure, you know, that says a lot about you, but fair. But then can you still support him when he's raped children? I don't know. I personally, I can't. That's crazy. I couldn't personally. I don't know. I think that's where anyone who's still backing him after that one is a bit mad. Oh yeah, like it's obvious that they just want to be racist. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. Like his supporters just don't want to. They just want to be openly racist, openly angry about everyone else, blame everyone else for their own failures, their own failings. Like they go, oh well, you know, it's of course it's the immigrants that the immigrants are the reason that I'm poor. No, it's because you didn't do anything successful in life. It's because you fucked up your life. You know, don't pretend it's because of someone else. It's because you fucked up. You know, don't be trying to pretend other people, bro. Did he though? Oh yeah, it's pretty obvious. If you read the Epstein files, if you actually read through the files, yeah, it's pretty obvious he raped children. He's raped women, he's raped adult women especially, but we also know that he's raped children. Proud Boys disappeared after ICE became a thing. Yeah, they just became ICE. Perfect job for them. Perfect job. No, as I said, I can't back that. I can't, you know, I can't just accept that, you know, at that point, like, I don't know, like, again, that's your Don, that's your guy. Like, you know, this isn't even about left versus right. And this is what I find so funny with it, is that a lot of people throughout this, it's left versus right? I couldn't give a shit about left versus right. It's about decency versus, you know, being shit. It's basically decency versus a rapist. Like, that's what it is. And what upsets me is that people are so blinded by their blind faith in religion, in their you know, in their right versus left politics, their politics, that they will defend him because he's right wing. I tell you this now: if one of the people that I liked, if Barack Obama turned out to be a child rapist, I would drop the Don in a second. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Is he he's not prosecuted? No, he didn't get prosecuted because he's president. The Supreme Court has made it so that the presidents cannot be prosecuted for their crimes. The Supreme Court that he stacked with his own dons basically made it so presidents can't be prosecuted. So he'll never be prosecuted for it now. He can just say, "Well, I'm presidential immunity." He'll never get done for it. There you go. That's life now. That's what happens when you stack it with your dons. And they're already talking about stuff like that now. They're talking about how, I know that the Supreme Court's talking about how they can stop the midterms from happening, and how Donald Trump could do this, and how Donald Trump could justify the war in Venezuela. They're already basically, they're trying to give him information on how to do this stuff to kind of justify it. It's fucked. Let me reload the game, Joe. Maybe the game's just fucked on my end. But, yeah, 5 years of social media history to visit. I mean, come on, man, it's fucked, man. It isn't left versus right. It isn't conservative versus liberal, left wing, or whatever the fuck it is. It's just decency. I don't care who you are, left, right, center, what the fuck you are. I don't know how you can support a rapist, a child rapist at that, as president. That's as simple as that. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. You know? Even when I was a conservative person, when I was younger, even when I was more conservative, I had that moment of realization with Trump. That's the thing. I had that moment of realization with Trump. I was like, this guy is just a horrible piece of shit. I liked Trump when I was a kid. When I was 18 years old, I liked Trump. I supported Trump during his... I wasn't obviously able to vote for him, but I supported him. And then I saw there was a day, it was slowly realizing it. I just go, why? This guy won. Why is he still moaning? Why is this guy still yapping over and over again about everyone else being a problem? He's president. He can do stuff now. He can get things done. Why is he moaning about everyone else? Why is he complaining and crying about everyone else? And then it slowly it clicked. And then one day I just looked at him. I was like, this guy is a fucking joke. This guy's a fucking joke. And it all clicked together. I was like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this guy. And from that point onwards, I was never able to look him the same way. And it just made me realize that this guy is an actual... He's just a dickhead. From just a pure standpoint of just who he is, he's a dickhead. Personally, in my opinion, I think he's just a dickhead. Like, he's not someone you could sit down with and have a good chat to, because he's the type of person that would just, he would be bigging himself up, shitting over everyone else. He'd be complaining about this, complaining about that. Even though he's rich, even though he's got a nice house, he'd still be complaining about everything. It's like, he's just a dick. And that from just on a personal level. But then obviously everything else happened, and then obviously we found out fully that he was a child rapist, and that's like, well, okay. Yeah, this guy's a weirdo. And what upsets me is so many people fell for it and kept falling for it now. And it says a lot about people, because again, whether you're left, right, or what, like I remember a time where people on the right would have absolutely crucified someone like for being a child rapist. Like, it's not even that long ago that there would be Republicans who would be absolutely disgusted at the notion of that. Like, I even think Reagan and all that would be absolute... I mean, I would love to... I know that Reagan used to be the absolute pillar. I would love to hear what Reagan would have to say about Trump. I actually would love to hear what he'd have to say, because I have a feeling he would be absolutely disgusted at this man. So the worst part about it is you can't get historical figures to come back. So no, it's not derangement syndrome, it's just being disgusted. Why is the Epstein Files a thing now, not the last decade? Well, the Epstein Files have been a thing for a very long time now, but yeah, it just never got dealt with. It never got released. And the problem is that Trump, he used it because he knew he would never release it. He kept using that idea because he knew a lot of people wanted it to come out. A lot of people wanted to know what was happening with Epstein. And so he kept saying, I'll release it. But he does that all the time. He says stuff like that all the time. Like if I become president, I'll do this, I'll do that. Remember how he said he was going to make people richer? Where's that? What happened to that? What happened to that, huh? Remember when he said that he was going to help people afford more stuff, and then he basically tried pulling the rug out from underneath them? Remember how he was trying, how the Republicans were trying to get rid of the, they were trying to fuck with the healthcare system to make it so that basically that what was it they were going to do with the healthcare system? Like premiums were going to go up, and the Democrats managed to slow that down or stop it or whatever for at least for a while. And I'm like, well, he says all this bollocks. He said all this shit about how he's going to make people rich. He's going to help people live. He's going to make lives cheaper, blah, blah, blah. And he does the opposite. It's the same thing. He basically said, oh, well, I'll release the Epstein file, knowing he wouldn't. And he had his fucking stooges at the FBI cover all the shit up, which is funny because they fucked up on it. And so it was all easy to find. But, they spent all that time covering it up. They hid it until the very last moment. And he only ended up releasing it because the House managed to push it through. There was a few good Republicans in the House who stood up for it, for what was right.
Okay, you ready?
Am I British? Yes.
Intel suggests that they have absolute.
I am indeed. I mean, that's the thing. Being British, I would have thought the Americans, speaking as a British person whose king that the Americans decided to break away from, I would assume the Americans would be a little bit more anti-monarch, but they seem to be quite pro-monarch at the moment. They seem to be quite keen on having a king. Yeah, I think the game's just fucked, Joe. What the fuck's going on? Gonna stop the Russian war in one day. No, he's selling off all of Ukraine now. You see what his plan was for Ukraine, that Ukraine would give up all the land that Russia's illegally stolen from them. He's gonna give them up, and Ukraine just has to accept that. I don't know. Back in my day, I like presidents who stand up for other countries. I like the old days when U.S. presidents would have done anything to help an Eastern European country. Remember Reagan? I'll tell you this now. If Reagan was president with Ukraine happening, Reagan would have said, we're gonna give you as much as we can. Bro would have handed them the fucking keys to the arsenal. Bro would have said, take what you want, do what you want, make sure you use it well. Reagan would have been like, you can have everything. You can have all these jets, you can have all these tanks, have a great time. Because as much as Reagan was also terrible, he wasn't terrible in that way, and he actually believed in beating the Soviet Union. So... yeah, I think it's just fucked, Joe. I really do think it's fucked. It's like it's trying to connect to something. Okay. Is there a way to, like, clean the game files? I don't know. But yeah, nah, it's crazy to me. I don't really talk about Trump too much these days. I typically just I see what the stupid shit he says, and I just keep it to myself. But sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I gotta say something about this Don, because this Don is just embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I'm not even fucking like it's just embarrassing to be there. Ukrainian war is a civil war within Ukraine. Pro-EU Russian split provoked by EU meddling in their affairs by supporting militant groups within Ukraine. See, that's a load of bollocks. The Ukrainian war was started by an illegal invasion by Russia because Russia wanted to dictate what Ukraine can do. The previous Ukrainian, there was the protests in 2014. That was started by young people in Ukraine who wanted to have a different life. They didn't want to be under Russian influence anymore. They wanted to dictate to themselves what happened in their own country. And they did. They decided to, get rid of their previous president and ended up electing presidents that would support what they wanted, which was to be closer to Europe. They have the right to do that. Ukraine is not some state part of Russia that has to do what Russia's government says. They are their own independent state. They have the right to decide what they do, and they decided to move towards being part of the EU. That is their prerogative. That's their right. And then Russia illegally invaded twice. They invaded once in 2014 and took Crimea, which is still Ukrainian territory, not Russian territory. No matter what the Russian stooges say, it's never going to be Russian territory. It's Ukrainian territory. And then they decided to do another illegal invasion in 2022 and decided to take even more land. That is the type of people the Russians are. They are not good, friendly people. They are people that want to dictate, as they've always done over the last 100+ years. Everyone knows, anyone with any sort of decent understanding of history knows that the Russians are very imperialistic. They've always been They've always been a very imperialistic country. They've always wanted to control other countries around them, whether that is Finland, whether that is Estonia, whether that's Lithuania, Latvia. And then after World War II, they even decided to dictate to the Polish and to the Bulgarians and to the Romanians what they could do. You don't have the right to storm the government with guns. Previously, it had democratic mandate. You know what's funny? You say that. Guess what Trump did? Guess what his supporters did? They stormed the US Capitol. Guess what? They did that. They stormed the US Capitol. So you're saying that that's okay, that January 6th was okay, but not what the Ukrainians did. So that's what you're saying, yeah? That's okay, but what the Ukrainians are, they're not. Okay. So does that mean that Trump didn't have a right to do that? Do you think Trump should have actually told his supporters, instead of saying, come and interfere, that they should stop? Nah, see, it's funny that. You just proved yourself a hypocrite. You just proved yourself a hypocrite with that one. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work either, Joe. Something's wrong. They did not stop. Oh, so because it's not with guns, even though they went in with the intention, they had fucking stocks to hang them. They had fucking... They literally created nooses to hang US elected officials, and that's okay because it wasn't with guns. See, that's how I know you're a Russian stooge. That's how I know you're either a very unintelligent American or you're a Russian stooge. Either way, I don't care. I think it's hilarious to me that people come up with that shit. It's embarrassing, bro. I think you should really learn about your history. You should really learn your history. You should go back. You should read about the history of the Russians and how the Russians have tried to control every state around them for the last 100+ years, ever since the Russians have even existed as a country. Even the formation of Russia under Muscovy, what they did to the Novogorods, what they did to them, how they took them, which was a country that was not a democratic but a decent republic with some level of, some forward thinking democracy aspects to their government, and how they took that and imposed themselves over them and created the modern day Russia. They have never ever been an honest country, an honest, decent country. They've always been. You're not correcting anything though, because you don't know what you're talking about. You said Ukraine is a civil war. How can you think that's a civil war? Because you know what? Do you think that what America might do to Venezuela is a civil war then? Do you think what America did to all the Latin American countries in the past, where they forced themselves in, what they did in Nicaragua back in the 80s and all that, where they forced themselves in and forced other countries to conform to them, you think that's okay as well then? That's just a civil war, not another country imposing itself. That's funny that. You're not discussing anything though. What you're saying is completely untrue. And it makes me laugh. I hate when people like you say this, so factually correct, when you don't know anything beyond your own borders. If you are an American, you know the same amount as one average American knows, which is very little. I think you should be listening to the people that live next to Russia more than what your own president says. You should be listening to things that the Polish are saying. Listen to any Polish person, any Finnish person, and speak to them about Russia and how great Russia is and how it's totally not a civil war. Oh, it's totally a civil war. You just speak to them. You're not American. Well, you sound about as intelligent as an average American, unfortunately. No offense to the average Americans out there, but you do sound very average American when you speak, because my God, the ignorance, the way you say stuff so factually, like, oh, well, Ukraine is in a civil war. They speak Russian in Ukraine. They do, but that's because of imperialism. Ukraine has a Ukrainian language that is the original language in Ukraine. Russian was imposed on them by the Russians. when Russia took control of Ukraine. Ukraine was an independent country long ago and then was taken. Kiev, anyone who knows Kiev, or, you know, it used to be pronounced Kiev, but Kiev was an independent nation at one point in time that was then conquered by the Russians. See, I've told you why you're wrong. I've literally told you why you're wrong. I've explained that you're wrong because just look at the history, bro. Just look at the fucking history. I've explained it and you're going, oh, how have you... Bro, it's so frustrating to deal with these people because they don't understand what the fuck you're saying. It really is so frustrating to deal with unintelligent people. It really is. People that don't know the history of the area and they have this, they ball out this bollocks, Ukraine's in a civil war. How is it in a civil war? Oh my god, honestly. Are you saying that all the people, Poland, when they decided to throw off the Russian stooges, the Soviet Union, oh yeah, they were in a civil war. Oh, when Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia left the Soviet Union, oh no, they were just in a civil war. No, they're independent countries that were conquered and ruled by the Russians. They're not, it wasn't a civil war, it was countries deciding to say, fuck that, it was independence. That's like saying that the Irish the War of Independence in Ireland is a civil war. It's a disgusting way to explain it. I'm British, and I would never call the Irish independence war, the independent war in Ireland, to be a civil war, because it was their right to have. You know, they wanted to leave Britain, they wanted to do their own thing, they wanted to rule themselves. That's their fucking prerogative. And they got fucking, you know, we played and meddled with them. We're not misunderstanding. I would never, it's not a misunderstanding. Anyone who says to me that Ukraine is in a civil war is not a misunderstanding. That is a disgusting thing to say. That defeats. We want peace. But no, I don't want what your peace is. Your peace is that Ukraine gives in to the Russian dogs, gives in to Putin. They accept everything that Putin wants, and then in 5-10 years they get invaded again. And they lose more. No, you know what my piece is? My piece is Ukraine gets back every single inch of fucking land that they lost. They get back Crimea. And the Russians, you know what the Russians can do? They can go and fuck off. They can go and fuck off. No one wants Russia. No one in Europe wants Russia around. They are a horrible nation that dictate to other people what they want. We don't want them here. We don't want any of them here. Europe is for Europe. It's a Europe is for the European nations. It's for the people of Europe to decide, not for what Russia wants. That's the only peace that I accept. That's the only peace that I will ever accept in Europe. And I will continue to support any government in the UK that funds, you know, any sort of military, any sort of troops, any sort of military in there. What about Russians in Ukraine? What about this, yeah? What about the Germans that used to live in, what was it called? Königsberg. Was it Königsberg? What about that? What about all the Germans that were kicked out by the Russians who took over and made it Kaliningrad? What about them? What about them, huh? What about all the people? What about all the Estonians and all the Lithuanians and all the Latvians that were kicked out of their homelands by the Russians? What about the Finnish? What about that? What about all those people that lost their homes because the Russian invaders took their homes and invaded them and kept those places under their control for all those years? You think that I give a shit about what illegal invaders are thinking in Ukraine? Like, do you think I give a shit about what illegal invaders care? That's like me saying, oh yeah, Indians should care about British people in India when they gain independence. Do you think, I'm a British person myself, do you think, because again, I don't know, it's moral decency. I joke a lot and I do big up the British Empire, but look, I'm gonna be real. The Indians, the Pakistanis, the Bangladeshis, every single person who kicked out Britain had a right to do so. And those people that lived there, too fucking bad. Too fucking bad. You were living in lands that weren't yours. Too fucking bad. Every single one of them, they had to suck it up and leave. Too fucking bad. Because you know what? You take over, you live in someone else's land, and you dictate to them what they can do in their own land. Fuck them. They can get the fuck out. Don't ever go to someone else's land and tell them what they can and cannot do. That's fucked. That is absolutely fucked. And to try to say that would be like saying that the Indian, the Indian independence movement was a civil war between British people and Indians. No, what the fuck? Yeah, there was civil war. The only people that had the right to rule India were the Indians. Like, you know, it's stupid. Like, the only people that had the right to fucking do that in India was the Indians. Like, that's literally their own country. Well, it wasn't their country, but it wasn't like one country before the British came along and forced it into one country. But you get the point. It's their right to do what they want in their lands. And likewise, Ukrainian land is Ukraine. Israel needs to go back. What happens in Israel and all that is none of my business. Again, I'm British. I'm not involved in that. It's none of my problem. It's their problem. It's the Middle East problem. They can deal with it as they see fit. If Israel gets taken and split up or whatever, that's their choice. I don't care. The only thing I care about is what happens in Europe, because as a European, I care about what happens in Europe. I care about my fellow Europeans. My fellow Europeans are, you know, they are the most important thing to me is Europe and my fellow Europeans and my people. I care about what happens in Europe. I don't want war in Europe. I don't want Russian invaders in Europe. I don't want any of that in Europe. That Europe is not to be conquered. We're not somewhere to be fucking conquered by whichever flavor of the fucking month imperialistic country decides to do it. Fuck that. Fuck that shit, man. You hate Germany because of World War II. Why? Because Germany... I mean, I get that, but, like... I mean, you'll find the average Germans very nice. If you ever speak to a German, they're actually very nice. They're actually very kind people. You can feel like you can guess all his points before he says them, yeah. Nah, I hate that. I hate when people give that bollocks. I get really annoyed when people try to make out the Ukrainians are wrong for wanting to defend their fucking land that was stolen by the Russians. Like, like the Russians dominated Ukraine for hundreds of years, destroyed their culture, took away their language, took away their rights, and then they finally gained independence because one Soviet, you know, because the Soviet Union, thankfully, the guy in charge of the Soviet Union at the time when it all collapsed, let Ukraine leave, right? They let them leave. They said, you know what, we're not gonna force you to stay. You can go. They gave them that. They let them have it. They even let them have Crimea, which they had transferred to Ukraine under a previous thing. Lovely. And then they have the audacity to come back. They come back. They have the audacity to come back and try to take it again. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. Well, we can talk to Russia about peace when Russia understands what peace is. How is it that every other European nation has moved towards moving away from imperialism? Almost every other country in Europe has given up their colonial holdings, and the few countries that hold colonial holdings still are slowly moving them across. I know that Britain still has a few, but we've asked them, do you want to be independent? They've said no. We have a few territories still around the world, and they say no. The French, I think they've got a few issues with French Guinea, but at the moment, they are, you know, they are their own thing. But they might leave. And imagine if the French said to the French Guinea, no, you're not allowed to leave. Well, they can leave. Is there are you banned? I've not even been on YouTube. I've not touched anything. I've not banned you. Germans have mad history, but modern day Germans aren't evil people. Yeah, no, modern day Germans are really good people. They're really good hard workers, and they've really tried to do a lot to make up for their ancestors. Which is exactly why I don't like Russia, because Russia doesn't do anything to apologize for their past. Russia doesn't apologize. Russia doesn't do anything to apologize for what they've done. Whereas Germany has apologized. They've fucking apologized like mad. They've really worked hard to make life easier for other people. Your comments didn't show up. That's probably YouTube. That's probably YouTube's thing. I didn't touch them. But so all Indians should be thrown out of UK. I didn't say that. They've come to the UK under invite. We've invited those people to come to the UK. I would never kick out Indians from the UK because they come to the UK to live. We've invited them. That's a completely different thing. They came by invite. We invited them to come here legally. They didn't just rock up on a fucking boat and take it over. What a weird thing to compare it to. Imagine comparing legal immigration to the forced subjugation of another country. Who the fuck says that? That's what I mean by unintelligence. That's what I mean by that. Because how can you compare legal immigration to subjugation by an imperial power? Who the fuck says that? Oh, by that logic, all Indians should be kicked out of the UK. What? It's a complete different thing. As far as I'm aware, India hasn't subjugated the fucking UK. My God, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Honestly, it's... Fuck Obama, though. His foreign policy out of the Crimea. Yeah, I agree. I like Obama, but Obama should have done more. Obama should have been, as soon as Ukraine had that invasion in 2014, Obama should have been in there. Obama should have been red line sanctions, kicked Russia out of the international community as much as possible, really punished them for it. You're talking about native Russians living in Ukraine before the war. Yeah, you're saying it. You literally said it. Native Russians. They're not Ukrainians. The Ukraine wasn't kicking them out. Ukraine let them live there. But then, so do you think it's okay just because Russians live in Ukraine that Russia gets to dictate what happens to Ukraine? Do you think that because there's a large population of let's say Turkish people living in Germany, that Turkey gets to dictate what happens in Germany? No. Those Russians are living in Ukraine because of their ancestors who invaded Ukraine and took Ukraine over hundreds of years ago. The fact that they've not integrated with Ukrainians and instead maintained their their oppression of the area, well, it was very nice that Ukraine let them stay.
About giving me some shares?
But then obviously the war started because, of course, Russia uses that as an excuse. Oh, there's loads of Russians in that territory, so it's ours. No, that's a load of bollocks too. That's a load of bollocks too. Yeah, I agree. Every time it gets worse. French never apologized. France is a bit of a sticky one. They should apologize with Algeria, but they are doing better. Belgium, to be fair to Belgium, it wasn't Belgium itself that colonized the Congo. It was the Belgian king. The colony in Congo was under the Belgian king, not under the Belgian. It wasn't under Belgian government. It was eventually taken. It was eventually overtaken, controlled by Belgian government after the Belgian king lost control. But that's about it. But the Belgian government wasn't the one who set up that. It was the Belgian king who was an arsehole. Why are we helping Ukraine? They are NATO. Well, because they are European. They're a European nation. We should help them. They want our help. They ask for our help. Why should we not? If a country asks for your help, you should, and especially if it's a country that is, shared values with us, or for the most part, we are European. They should be helped. Ireland isn't part of NATO, but if Ireland asked for help, I would be 100% up for helping Ireland. Ukraine started persecuting Russians in Donbass before Russia intervened. At what point was a civil war? We agree. Bro, what are you on about? Oh, oh my gosh, man. You're throwing out so many propaganda points about Russia, about the Russians in Donbass. Oh my God. God forbid that the Russians who lived there illegally after their previous generations took it, by the way. God forbid they might have to follow Ukrainian culture and follow and speak Ukrainian. God fucking forbid. Is it not true? Bro. Oh my days, man. It doesn't matter what I say. If I say yes, you'll be like, exactly, so it's a civil war. If I say no, you'll say, no, it's true. It doesn't matter with you. You're speaking so much Russian crap. I mean, you are probably a Rusky, aren't you? Like, the way you're saying this shit is so obvious that you are Rusky or you're some sort of Rusky follower. Like, it's crazy to me. I mean, that's okay, bro. You obviously don't value decency. It's okay. You think it's okay that, whichever country might is right. Too bad to the fucking Ukraine. Suck it up, Ukraine. You can just exist as a Russian state because, of course, Russians took land from them years ago. Bro, it's not hard to understand, though. I'm simply saying Ukraine is up to Ukraine to decide. That's it. You don't just get to invade another country. Do you think it would be okay if I said, oh yeah, if Britain said, let's reinvade Ireland because there's British people living there? Because there's a lot of British people living in Ireland. Do you think it's okay that we get to go, we should just take over Ireland, the rest of Ireland, and make him our fucking colony again? No. Just because you speak Russian doesn't mean you get to dictate, that Russia gets to dictate what happens to them.
Looking very sharp, boss.
Ukraine is racist. I'm gonna be real. Most countries are pretty racist in Europe. I mean, if you want to go that route though, Brassy, is that I'm gonna be real. Most European countries are far more racist than Britain. Britain's probably one of the least racist countries in the EU. Well, in Europe, not in the EU anymore. But Britain, when you look at places like Italy, they're way worse. If Ireland started bombing the British population being British, you know what's funny? You could argue that. Because guess what? The IRA, they literally bombed the British population. See, this is a perfect thing, and I just caught you out there. So think about this. The IRA literally bombed British people. They killed British people. And you know what the British did? We didn't go in and just take over Ireland. We did fight a war there, unfortunately. But you know what? You know what we did? We haven't taken Ireland. The rest of Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, is still free. They're still able to do what they want, and they can still exist, and it's beautiful. And they will one day they will get the Northern Irish part back because the Northern Ireland, guess what? We gave Northern Ireland the right to have a referendum when they feel ready to decide whether they want to be part of the UK or not. And so at one point in the future, they will then join. And that's, you know what's called? It's called democracy. It's called peace. It's called decency. It's not called imperialism. We don't just invade and take over places because we disagree with what they do. We haven't done that for many years, and I'm fucking glad for that. Oh yeah, no, UK is one of the best countries for racism. We've had a bit of a surge in the last few years because of people like Nigel Farage, but we're actually a very tolerant country, which is very good. How many other countries can have this many people living in their capital so freely, and no one would, like most other places would be losing their fucking minds? Could you imagine Italy if Rome was like 30% Muslim? Italy would be losing their shit. No, UK is a fantastic country for that. I'm very proud of the UK for what we've achieved in the last so many years. But the thing is, how can Ukraine improve if they're... You know what, Bressy? You could argue that Ukraine is like that because of their old holdover from the Russians. Because the Russians are the most conservative people in Ukraine. So the Russians have held that. The modern-day youth of Ukraine are a lot more liberal, and that makes sense. Ukraine, how can you judge an Eastern European country when they've been under the rule, they've been under rule from the Russians for so many years? No, the UK, see, this is where I know you don't know anything. The UK didn't go into Ireland. The UK deployed troops to Northern Ireland, which is British territory. It's part of the United Kingdom. Northern Ireland is part of the UK. We never put troops in the Republic of Ireland. We put troops into Northern Ireland, which is British territory, to stop the fighting between the Republicans and the Protestants and the Catholics, or the Republicans and the Patriots. That's what we did. We put troops into there, which they were definitely more they were definitely too over the top, and I agree they were too over the top, but we never put troops into the Republic of Ireland because guess what? We respect the Republic of Ireland as an independent country. It has been an independent country for years. They were part of the UK, they left, they're an independent country. We don't put our troops into independence. Copy along with me, say this along with me. Decent countries don't put their troops into other countries. Decent countries don't invade former colonies. Decent countries don't interfere on other people's soil. Say that along with me. Decent countries, moral countries, do not invade other countries when something's happened and they don't like. It's as simple as that. You just leave it alone. It's their country. They can do what they want. And a lot of these people, a lot of these IRA bombers, they lived in Ireland. But we didn't go into Ireland to take them. We didn't go in there. That was the Irish responsibility, and they did deal with it eventually. They did deal with it, and eventually we came to a peace agreement. But we never invaded Ireland. We never put our soldiers into Ireland. We respected the Irish, and we respected the Republic of Ireland because that's their country. That is their territory. Don't do that. Civilized countries don't put their troops into other places. It's as simple as that. The amount of fucking hoops this Don is trying to do, this Ruski's trying to do, is crazy to me. The amount of hoops he's trying to jump through to justify an illegal war is crazy. I honestly, I hate pro-Rusky people. Absolutely hate them. Because they just do not respect anything. They do not respect other people. You can see they have a moral supremacy. They have this idea that Russia is more superior. No, I'm not going to be nice because the way you talk about Ukraine and the Ukrainian people as if they're just some sort of fucking object that can be taken. I hate that shit. I hate that. It pisses me off because those people, those Ukrainian people, are fighting for their goddamn country, for their life, for their just for freedom. And what do you want? You want them to be just goodbye. You are though. You're calling it a civil war. You're trying to explain. You're trying to justify why they're doing it. You even got completely wrong about the British and Irish conflict, which again shows me that you don't know anything about history. You don't know anything about conflicts. All you know is what your Don in the Kremlin is telling you to say, and it pisses me off because people like you are the reason that the world is so shit now, that we allow people to exist like, we allow people to spread this bollocks. It's fucked. How can anyone justify Russia, man? The shit that Russia's done, the horrific shit that they did, and the disgusting levels I mean, the rape they did as well. If you want to really justify the amount of rape the Russians did towards other countries, what the Russians did to the Estonians, to the Lithuanians, to the Latvians, the amount of fucking rape they did to those people, those poor people. Oh my God. And you're saying that's okay. You're saying that, because Russia's got a lot of Russians. You know why there's a lot of Russians in Ukraine? Because they fucking illegally invaded over time. They forced themselves on the population and then they kept the land. That is why. I need to work on my manners. Bro, I don't care. I don't want your respect. I don't want your respect, bro. I don't think highly of you. I think you are low life. I don't like you. I don't like anyone who can say something as heinous as, oh, well, Ukraine can just suck it up. There's a civil war. I don't like you, bro. I don't want your respect. Frankly, I would like you just to leave because I don't like people like you. I think people like you are the lowest of the low. People like you are the reason why people have lost lives in Ukraine, because you will do anything to justify it. I don't like you, so I don't want your respect. So if you don't like what I'm saying to you, please leave. Please. You're thinking about debating in general. You're not debating. You're not debating. You're spreading bollocks. You're spreading bollocks, bro. And you don't know what you're talking about. That's the funny thing. You don't have a clue what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea of Russian history. You have no idea of Ukrainian history. You have no idea about anything. You don't even know about British history about Ireland. You said that, oh, well, you're proving your point because Britain invaded Ireland. We didn't invade. Bro, how can you even speak on these things when you have barely any fucking knowledge of it? You have less than a layman's level. You have a pebble. You have what a pebble would have. I read so much shit about Russian history and European history. I have done so much work on fucking European history in my life. And this Don comes in and says, oh, well, no, it's a civil war in Ukraine. It's a civil war because there's Russians there and they persecute the Russians. Like, bro, yeah, okay. That's the same bollocks excuses that the British used to justify staying in India. Oh, well, the Indians are persecuting the British. That's the exact same shit they did also in South Africa. It's the same shit they did in Zimbabwe. Oh, well, there's persecution on the white British farmers. It's the persecution, so we should interfere. We should stop them. We shouldn't allow them to... Shut the fuck up. I hate that shit so much. I hate that shit. I hate that shit, man. I hate that shit so much, man. No. I love British history. I love British Empire history. I will talk for days about British history. But the difference between people like me and people like them is I could actually separate my personal enjoyment, my personal love of a certain subject, but also what is morally right. I can speak for days how much I love all the history of British Empire. But I can still say, yes, it was wrong. Yes, we shouldn't have been in it. We should leave. We left India. We should have left India. We left it in a fucking mess. We left Pakistan and India in a fucking mess. We left the Middle East in a mess. I can be honest about that. We left a lot of these places in a fucking mess. I can be honest about that. That's the difference between a pro-Russian. Is that a pro-Russian can never admit when the Russians were wrong. They will never admit what the Russians did, what the Russians did to Finland, what the Russians did to Latvia, what the Russians did to Lithuania, what the Russians did to Estonia, what the Russians did to Poland, what the Russians did to Bulgaria, Romania, all these different countries. No one will ever, these people will never ever admit that. They will never ever admit that what they did was heinous, what they did was wrong. They will never admit it because they cannot. They fundamentally cannot do it because in their head, might is right. That's all they can ever do. And it pisses me off because these people have the same ability to spread that bollocks all around the internet. And there are young people today. You're not pro-Ukrainian. You're literally talking about like it's a civil war. Like it's just some sort of thing. Oh my days, man, this guy. And he can just lie. He can just lie like that. I'm pro-Ukrainian. No, the fuck you ain't, bro. No, the fuck you ain't. Don't even try that, bro. Don't even try that shit. Don't even fucking try that shit, bro. I hate this Don is actually a joke, man. Because he I hate when people can say anything they want. They can say anything they want. They can say the EU's bad. The EU's bad. The EU needs to be dismantled. And then they can say I'm pro Europe. They can use that bullshit. Oh no, the EU's bad. The EU should be demolished. I'm pro Europe, but I hate the EU. I hate that shit. I hate that shit because you can say whatever you want. You can be completely wrong about it. And then you can still fucking say it, and then someone will look at that and go, oh yeah, but he's pro-Europe, so he's right, he must be right. No, don't be that bullshit, man. What a joke. What a joke. Honestly, what a joke, man. Bro, just leave. I don't want to deal with you, bro. I don't want to deal with people like you. Just leave. Just go, bro. Go back to sucking off Putin, bro. Please. Go suck off Putin somewhere else. EU is not Europe. See, exactly. Again, exactly. You see what I mean? This guy is 100% pro. He's definitely a Rusky. Bro, I'm going to be real, yeah. I know your life is shit, and I know that you probably get paid peanuts for doing this, but please. Please, bro, I beg. Go get a real job, bro. Get a real job. Go get a real job. Go work somewhere that actually, you know, try maybe even to leave the Russians at some point. Maybe go work, you know, go do a proper job. Go work anywhere. Go work in a supermarket or something instead of spewing this shit off online for whatever pay you get, for whatever peanuts you get for it. You're just a person. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, just a person. A very unintelligent person at that. Fucking Russian bots, man, honestly. These dons, man. These dons, you know what? You know what's funny? It's been proven. The Russians pay Indians to do this shit too. They pay they will pay for these big, massive Indian call centers and that to sit there and just type shit out. You're an engineer, good salary. Good... Okay, bro. Okay, bro, whatever you say. You're an engineer, but you spend your time online talking about fucking how great Russia is and how... Nah. Okay, bro, whatever you say. Go on, engineer. Go get building some bridges, Mr. Engineer. Go get building some bridges. Maybe when the war's over and Russia's been destroyed, well, Russia's suffered too much, you maybe go build them some tanks and you can go build them some planes so they can refill their stocks. Maybe you can go do that. Go on, Mr. Engineer. Go get good. Go get doing it. Hop on. Nah, I have no respect for people like that. I'm gonna be right. I have no respect for people like that. Like I hate people like that. They have no idea about the history. They have no idea about the actual, you know, what they're talking about. They just spew off points. At best, they're just a very unintelligent person that reads a bunch of Russian shit and believes it. At worst, they're actually a Russian bot. Either way, pathetic people. Pathetic people. They don't care about the history. They don't care. They don't value anyone. And they frame themselves in such a way that's so disgusting to me. I don't know. I hate people like that. No, I didn't ban, but hopefully they'll just fuck off. Nah, I just think it's so disrespectful to the people there. Imagine being told, yeah, you're just in a civil war, and you know, I want you to give up half your land, but it's because I care about you. Like, imagine saying that. Imagine saying to someone, it's like beating someone up. It's like punching someone, beating them up and saying, you know what? I don't want you to get hurt. It's like, well, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you beat them up and you say, I don't want them to get hurt. I want you to be happy. I want you to be healthy. It's like, bro, you just beat me up. What the fuck are you talking about? I want you to be healthy. A load of bollocks, man. Honestly, man. Joke, man. You see, though, you see why it's important that people, like, you know, people speak up. Because if we don't speak up, people like that will eventually influence too many people. You know, if what, you know, like, I know people say, oh, just don't talk about it, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't talk about it, people like that end up becoming the only narrative. It's important to speak up about the truth. I'm very excited, though, for the future, because, you know, one day in the future, Ukraine will have got rid of the Russian dogs, and they will be free, and they will be, without war, they'll be free to develop, and hopefully they can work on their racism problem. And they can work on their, you know, because, again, countries that are poorer and they're struggling because of war, of course they're going to be more racist, so that will be good. You know, when you can't really develop culturally if you're occupied. So hopefully in the future they'll be able to, you know, they'll be able to deal with that. They'll be able to deal with the other aspects of their culture, their society, fix all the issues. Be very good. No, it'll be good. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward. You know what my dream is? My dream is that Russia gets destroyed into multiple countries, and some of those might actually be democratic countries that can do, that can actually rule themselves and actually, you know, avoid all this imperialism. It'll be nice. That's my dream. They're the same as Russia. They're brethren. No, not though. They're not though. They're not brethren. The Russians imposed themselves. They subjugated Ukraine. That's like saying Ireland is brethren of England. Of England. England subjugated Ireland. I mean, look. I know we can play. I know that I like to talk up the British Empire, but I'm going to be real. England subjugated the Irish. I love the British Empire. I think that the UK would have been stronger had Ireland stayed. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe Ireland and the UK would have been stronger together. But I know why they left, because we treated them like shit. We didn't give them the power that they needed and the desire that, you know, the powers to control their own lives. No wonder they fucked off. No wonder they decided to do their own thing. I don't blame them. As you can believe two things and not be contradicting it. Like, you can believe that the UK would be better off together whilst also agreeing that we treat them like shit and understanding why they decided to leave. And now that they've decided to leave, the argument's over. There's no argument about rejoining the UK. There's no argument for Ireland to say, well, Ireland should rejoin, because that's it. They've left. They decided to go their own way because we treated them like shit for too long. Maybe in an alternate reality, we would have treated them better and we would have given them home rule. We would have given them, you know, their own parliament, their own control over their own, you know, their own rule, you know, laws and standards, and they could do, you know, they could, you know, let them speak their language and all that, and maybe they would have chosen to stay part of that union. But in the reality that we live in, the UK treated them like shit, and so they left. And bloody well good for them. Bloody well good, you know. I don't blame them. And we're doing the same thing right now with Scotland. We mistreat Scotland, and we don't give them the respect they deserve, they want and deserve, and so one day Scotland will probably leave the UK, and that's their choice. I disagree with them leaving the UK. I don't think Scotland should leave the UK, but if they choose to, that's their choice. Maybe we should treat them better. You know? Maybe we should treat them better. And that's why, so I look at it from that perspective, and that's why I think that this is where the Russians don't get it. They don't look at this and they don't go, yeah, you know what? Maybe we treated Ukraine like shit. Maybe that's why they don't want to be anything to do with us. But they don't get that. They don't get that through their heads. How do they mistreat Scotland? We don't give them the control. Like, for example, Scotland wants different rules on drugs, right? We won't give them the ability to do that. So Scotland ideally needs a different set of laws because they have a lot more drug use up there. So it's not working. The war on drugs up there is not working. But we won't give them control over that. We won't give them control over immigration either. So Scotland needs more immigrants than England. England's already full of immigrants after the last 30 years. Most people that immigrated to the UK immigrated England. So we've got a lot of immigrants in the UK, in England, but Scotland's got very few. So whilst England wants to cut immigration, Scotland doesn't. And so that obviously means that Scotland's going to get fucked if we start cutting immigration. So what I would do is, if it was me, I would give Scotland control over their immigration policy, but make it like a Scottish resident. So if you move to Scotland to work, you wouldn't be able to work in England, but you could work in Scotland. That would solve that issue pretty easy, and Scotland would be happy with that. Drugs, I would give them control over their own drugs. They can classify drugs differently, so they could make weed legal. They could, you know, maybe remove maybe they could make cocaine and stuff. Not illegal, not legal, not illegal either. Just decriminalize them. You know, make them not decriminalize. That was it. Decriminalize them, like Portugal does, where you can technically have it. Like also like the Netherlands, where weed is technically not legal, but it's not illegal either. It's just kind of that odd, weird, you know, thing. You know, Scotland could do that themselves. There's a lot of things Scotland would like that we don't give them the control to do, which is very frustrating for Scotland. And simple things like that would solve the issue. If we did stuff like that, I guarantee Scotland would be a lot more willing to stay. Why do they control like that? How does that benefit UK by not getting immigrants to stay? It's because in the UK, our laws are very centralized. Like, Scotland has its own... I've mentioned it before, but England was a very centralized country. It was one of the most centralized countries in medieval Europe. Whereas the French were very decentralized, England was very centralized. It meant a lot of it was ruled by, you know, London. London, you know, the king had lords that would then have people underneath them, and they would all report to the next person up. And it was very, very good. The king basically had, you know, the overall authority of everything. And it meant that the king had a lot of control over those people. You know, he had a lot of control over the lords, which had a lot of control over the people underneath the lords, who had a lot of control over the people under that. And so there was always soldiers and stuff who were able to work for him. And so when Scotland eventually joined the Union England forced that on Scotland. Basically, the Parliament of Scotland was shut down, and all the Scottish parliamentarians were moved to the English Parliament. That became the British Parliament. But it was all done like that. So Scotland didn't have their own parliament for hundreds of years, and they didn't have any. You know, it was all decisions made by people in England. Basically, all the decisions were made by people in London, and a lot of times those people were, you know, so you'd have like, you know, English MPs that would be dictating what happens in Scotland. It was basically like that, because Scotland's a lot smaller than England. England, at the moment, England's what, like 60 million people, 55 to 60 million people, whereas Scotland's like 6 million people. So you can imagine that it would be pretty infuriating for Scotland to, you know, have decisions made by English MPs. So eventually we gave them their parliament back, and that's great and all that, but they still don't like that. Certain things are still reserved by the British government. So things like drug policy, immigration policy, that is a UK-wide thing, whereas some things like transport is now done individually by England, Scotland, Wales. So Scotland has some control over stuff, but they don't have full control over it. And the way it works with taxes is that Scotland pays taxes to the British government, and then the British government gives them a certain amount back, which again is something that Scotland doesn't like, because they think they should have control over their taxes fully, which I agree with. It might mean they get less money, but I agree with it. Like, they should have, you know, their money should be taken by the Scottish government and then distributed, and then a payment should be made to the British government for things that are shared, things like the military, things like that. That should be done British-wide, so it should be more federal, where, you know, Scotland has its own control over it. So basically, I believe that Scotland should be treated more like a US state, where they have more control over itself, and then it just pays to a federal British government. I think that would make a lot more sense. And that would give Scotland a lot more control over their own policies, drug policies, immigration policies. Very few countries do that, though. Very few countries let their states have their own immigration policies, but I'm pretty sure Canada has something like that with Quebec, where Quebec has their own residency kind of thing, where they can bring people in and they can live only in Quebec. So yeah, something like that would be really good for the UK, I think, where people could move to Scotland and then they would be able to work in Scotland, but they wouldn't be able to work in England. That way, England could cut the immigration in England, while Scotland maintains them, you know, maybe even increases it. And then it would be the people of Scotland decides how many immigrants they have, not the people of England. I think that would be a fairer thing, because the people of England typically want less immigration, whereas the people of Scotland want more immigration. So I think that would be, yeah, I think that would be fair that they have their own immigration, and then they could target, you know, people different, because obviously different places have different needs. So Scotland might have different needs for certain immigrants than English people do. So they could then choose to, like, what kind of immigrant, like what kind of qualifications should be required. So Scotland might be like, well, we need a certain amount of people to work in the oil field, so let's bring in more people that have, you know, experience in oil. Whereas people in England, we don't really have as many oil fields in it. You know, what's considered part of, you know, because the oil fields are British, but they're like, it's kind of like certain parts would be more Scottish, and, you know, Scotland typically deals with it. So yeah, they might have more needs for immigrants and for like oil workers than England would. So yeah, it would make sense that they would have maybe more control over that. So that's fine. I'm completely up for that, and I'm up for them having their own drug policy. Again, they have way more drug deaths up there, so maybe it would make sense to follow maybe Portugal and decriminalize drugs and improve treatment for them instead. And things like benefits. I think Scotland should have control over all their benefit system. At the moment, they have a few benefits they control, but most of them are British one, like universal credit's all British. But again, Scotland might think that they might want to pay people on benefits more or less. So they should have the right to do that. Again, the Scottish should have a complete choice. Same with the Welsh. They should all have the right to choose how much their people are affected by it. It shouldn't be people in England, it shouldn't be people in other parts of the UK deciding what Scotland does, other than for things like, you know, military and things like that, foreign affairs and stuff like that. Which again, some Scottish people will never be happy with. Scottish people on average, I think, are more pro-Palestinian, whereas I think the UK as a whole is maybe more central, maybe more pro-Israel, like England's. I don't get the vibe from England that they're particularly pro-Palestine. So I know there's a few people in Scotland that want to gain independence, because then they could control their own foreign affairs and how they do stuff like that. So that's fair. Obviously, under the UK, they couldn't do that, but, you know, I feel like we should give them as much as we can give, and they should have as much control over their lives as they can. And if they still decide to leave, that's up to them. But Yeah. They're going to do the Brexit thing, Scotland leave the UK and regret. It would be hard. That's my issue with the Scottish politicians, is they lie and say that Skexit or whatever it would be called is easy. It wouldn't be. It'd be very harsh. I think 40% of trade in Scotland is with England. It'd be way worse than Brexit. I think if the politicians in Scotland were honest, and they were honest that it would basically be Brexit on steroids, I think a lot of Scottish people would be against it. I think if you told Scottish people, yeah, by the way, it's very likely your wages are going to go down for like 10 plus years, and we're going to have no money to pay for the budget, and then we're going to have to put taxes up and cut spending, I guarantee the vast majority of Scottish people would be like, yeah, no, I don't want to vote for that. But the problem is Scottish, pro-independent Scottish dons aren't going to be honest about that. Like they were, like... Yeah, it's the same thing happened with Brexit, where all the pro-Brexit people were not honest about the reality of Brexit. And now we're facing it. Like, the UK is not doing bad, it's just not doing good. Like, that's how I look at Brexit at the moment. It's like, we're not doing bad, but we're missing out on a lot of money. You know, if you look at how much, like, we're barely growing at the moment, and we're really struggling to grow, and we've got a lot of issues here. And the reality is, we're not going to grow as much as we want because we're not part of the EU anymore. I remember I remember before we left the EU, I believe that by 2050 we were speculated to be one of the biggest countries in Europe and one of the financially best countries in Europe. But because of Brexit, we're no longer estimated to be that anymore. So that's great. But yeah. It's right-wing people. It's people like Farage, Nigel Farage, who is a Russian. He's a Russian stooge. I 100% know that Don's been paid by Russia. 100%. 100%. He says the same shit that any pro-Russian says. It's really weird. It's really concerning that so many European countries have these they have pro-Russian people that are somehow managing to get influence. It's very concerning. Do I know the best PvP vehicle for GTA? It depends what PvP. It depends if you're talking about air combat, if you're talking about land combat, if you're talking about general. It depends on what you want, really. Yeah, it's concerning. It's worrying. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty worrying. It's not all right-wing people. I don't want to say it's all right-wing people. There's a lot of right-wing people that are also very that were very anti-Brexit and very anti-Russian, but unfortunately they've kind of been stomped out a little bit by the big ones. General, probably. I mean, the Oppressor is still pretty solid. Deluxo is a pretty solid vehicle. Yeah, you know, on the ground, something like Kanjali is always good. In the air, I would say, you know, like the Raiju or maybe the Starling or something like that, or the B11. They're all pretty solid. Yeah, that's the truth. I will agree. Like, I do agree with that. Immigration is a big issue in Europe at the moment, and a lot of people refuse to talk about it because it's immoral. You can't talk about immigration issues, but I think that's going to lead to it going that direction. You know, I know it's a sensitive topic for a lot of lefter people because they don't want to sound like they're admitting that maybe it wasn't the best idea to have unlimited immigration, but the reality is we're going to have that conversation at some point that maybe it wasn't a good idea. Maybe it wasn't a solid idea to just let in anyone and everyone that you could possibly meet. It sounds harsh though, it does sound harsh, but you can't just do that because the problem is you can't have societal change that quickly. People will not accept it. And plus, standards of living have dropped and stuff like that from, you know, money, you know, like wages have gone down because there's too many people willing to work the same jobs. But again, the left aren't gonna be willing to talk about it, and then the right will take advantage of that, and that's sad. I think it's really sad that left-wing people aren't willing to talk about it. Especially because a lot of left-wing parties started on the principle of being anti-immigrant, like the Labour Party. The Labour Party in the UK has been known in the 2000s was the pro-immigrant party, but the Labour Party actually was very anti-immigrant when it first started. The Labour Party was a party for the workers, and the idea is that the conservative type people wanted more immigrants because it meant that they could bring in more people to work cheaply in their factories. Whereas the left wing didn't want that because it meant that wages would go down. So it's kind of funny that now left wing is like pro-immigrant and right wing is anti-immigrant when originally it was the other way around. Right wing were more pro-immigrant because it meant cheaper workers, more exploitation. Yeah. Scotland, Don's trying to leave the right wing. Oh no, in Scotland it's typically left wing that they want to leave. Left wing people in Scotland are more pro-immigrant than right wing people. Right wing people in Scotland want to stay part of the UK, whereas left wing people want to leave the UK. It's weird. It's like a flip thing around. Like the Scottish nationalists. You would think nationalists is a bad word, right? Because we've heard nationalists are usually really far right. No, in Scotland nationalists can be anyone. It can be people on the right, people on the left, people in the centre. It can be anyone. Can you attack people on the ground with a Raiju? You can. It's not the... If you're going to have a vehicle for attacking the ground, like an air vehicle, maybe the B-11. The B-11's really good for ground attack. But if you're going to be fighting on the ground, maybe go for a Khanjali or like a Deluxo, something you can lock on with. Like a Deluxo would be good, or an Oppressor Mark II. Probably a Deluxo would be better. Makes no sense. Yeah, it's a tricky one. That's why the whole left-right divide that America has doesn't really make sense to the rest of the world. That's why I find it's really obvious when you're talking to Americans, because they say stuff like, oh, the libs. And I'm like, if you go to any other country in Europe, liberal isn't like left-wing, like far left. Like, liberal is pretty middle. Liberal's not... Like, I've always found that really interesting when you talk to someone and it's like, that meme of that film where the guy holds up his 3 fingers and the German Don clocks on that he's not German because of the way that he held his fingers up. Whenever someone is talking to me and they're acting like they're European and then they start going on about the libs, I have that smile and I think of that meme. I'm like, yeah, you can tell it's an American. You can tell it's an American or someone trying to pretend to be American, because it's like so fucking obvious that when you say libs, it means nothing in Europe, in the UK, especially. Like, libs in the UK are very much in the center, maybe center left, but they're not far left. They're not like what the Americans make them out to be. In the UK, it would be, you would call them progressives or people like that. Maybe socialists. I know a lot of people say leftists. I've never liked that word, leftists. Because again, it's there's a very wide variety of people on the left. There's people that believe in hardcore communism. There's people that believe in socialism. There's people that believe in a bit of a mix between capitalism and socialism. In like social democracy or democratic socialism, something like that. There's people that believe in just more liberal things, but they don't believe in anything more than that. There's a very large group of, especially in Europe, there's a lot of different types of people who are left. And so I don't like the way when people say leftist, because I'm like, that betrays the reality that Europe is made up of. Europeans typically have very wide variety of left-wing types. So it's a Tarantino movie. Yeah, Inglourious Bastards. Yeah. That scene is one of my favorite scenes. I've never watched it, but I love that scene. I think it's hilarious. It's so good. And whenever I'm like online and someone says to me libs, or the libs are bad, or the libs are this, I'm like, and they're like, oh, I'm a European, I'm from Denmark, and then they say, oh, the libs. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure you are, bro. Sure you're from Denmark, bro. Sure you're from Denmark. Red tube for more chronically online lingo. Okay. Thank you. The Professional says capitalism under Roosevelt was the best. WL take. The open scene is even... I think that capitalism has got more greedy. I think capitalism at one point, it was very greedy, and then we gained a lot of worker rights. And there was a good balance finally. Workers gained a lot of rights, and there was, people could actually afford to live, they could afford to own that. And we saw that in the 50s in America, the average worker could actually get somewhere. Obviously, not if you're black. If you were black, you were still fucked. But if you were white, you could get somewhere. So it was going the right direction. And that was a little bit after Roosevelt's time. But it was going the right direction. And then it went the wrong way. And then it started becoming greedy. And going backwards. But there is a... Wait. Which Roosevelt are you talking about? Are you talking about Teddy Roosevelt? Or are you talking about Franklin? If you're talking about Franklin, he was the guy who put down the in America. He put down the defining aspects of the New Deal, of kind of redistributing between the workers and the the people and the elites. If you're talking about Franklin, yeah. If you're talking about, I mean, you never know with some of these dons. They might say something like, "Oh yeah, Teddy Roosevelt." And I like Teddy Roosevelt, but look, I'm gonna be real. He still had some. He was good in some ways, but he also really was fucked up in other ways. I think he did some good stuff though, but yeah, Franklin's a little bit. Yeah, Franklin D. Roosevelt was the president during the World War II, at least most of it. He died in the last year of World War II, and then Teddy Roosevelt was the president in the late 1800s, I think, very late 1800s, maybe early 19. Oh, maybe, no, was it 19? It was 19. Surely it was, no, it was 19, right? Wait, let me have a look. Teddy Roosevelt. Oh no, it was 1901 and 1909. So basically when some of Red Dead took place. I like to, in my head, I like to think that Teddy was the reason why John got hunted down, because he was the one that pushed all those agents to go and take the Old West, and so it was Teddy Roosevelt that was the reason that John died. I like that. That's my headcanon. I like to think he was the president there. What's beeping? The phone. He's talking about Teddy. Oh, I wouldn't go as far as Teddy. I mean, Teddy did some good stuff, but I wouldn't say that he's like the Roosevelt that changed American capitalism for the better at the time. I would say it'd be Franklin D. Roosevelt. The New Deal was absolutely insane and really improved a lot of lives for a lot of people, and it was one of the reasons why the 50s was so bumper, was that other than helping to fix the rest of the world, but you know, all that's what allowed so many boomers to become so wealthy, and the generation before the boomers, they came back from the war and they had a thriving industry, and the protections of the things that the New Deal got for them really just laid the cornerstone for their success. You know, that's why so many boomers became so wealthy. They had fantastic economical situation, fantastic jobs in industry that were able to generate a lot of money for them. They took home a fair pay for it, and they were able to afford houses, cars, and that's what allowed the American government to start investing in the interstate, because obviously with all the people, you know, having good jobs with houses and cars, people wanted houses. They could build houses further out. They could build really big roads. They built interstates. It all really came together to help, you know, fund. So I'd say, whilst Teddy, I think, did some good things for society, especially the national parks in America, I would say the Roosevelt that was a little bit better was Franklin D. I always wonder about how the world would be different if Franklin had lived on instead of Truman becoming president. Yeah, outsourcing labor doesn't help anyone other than, you know. I do agree. I think outsourcing was a big mistake, but the problem is that the issue is that you need leaders that want to protect. But whereas I feel like Franklin D. Roosevelt would have protected workers, whereas like a lot of the presidents that they've had since have just kind of sold them off down the river. So you need a president, and you need a House and a Senate that's all, you know, run to help the Americans rather than profit off them. The thing is, why would any of these people change it now? Because they're all wealthy people. They don't want it to change. So they're not going to change it. The days of going into politics to improve the world is kind of over now, I feel. It's all about making as much money as you can. Dang. And that's the thing, like, whenever I criticize capitalism to some of my older family members, they absolutely go ballistic. They hate that. You can't criticize capitalism to them because they're so like hyped up on this idea that the only options are capitalism or communism. That's the only two things that they can possibly see in their mind. They can't envision a world with anything but those two things. And I'm like, well, you know that if we got rid of capitalism one day, you know we don't have to be full communism, right? You know that you can do a bit of both. You know that like how it works in a lot of countries where there's a bit of both and people's lives are better for it. You know you can do that, right? You don't have to just do one or the other. You don't just have to be full communist or full capitalist. But no, that doesn't even enter their heads. It's just, you know, they say, oh well, look how many people communism's killed, and I'm like, so we're not going to count all the people that died from, you know, bad regulations and stuff, all the people that died in factories and because of all the pollution that, you know, those factories generated throughout the years, all the people that died in mines for capitalist owners. We're not going to talk about any of them, yeah? Again, the world is much more grey than black and white in that sense. Hey Lester, how you doing? Yeah, they think it's because I think that's the issue of America, is that there's only two parties, and so there just isn't that idea that you can think that there's more to something. It's always one or the other. It's one extreme or the other, rather than thinking, oh well, maybe we can do a bit of everything. Maybe we can have, like, what's wrong with having, you know, what's wrong with promoting private businesses whilst keeping certain things nationalized, like things like water and electricity? You know, natural monopolies. What's wrong with keeping that nationalized while then also promoting private business for things like, you know, electronics and stuff like that? What's wrong with having, you know, a healthcare system that anyone can access, while still allowing there to be private healthcare for people that want to pay more and get something better from it? Like, well, not better, but you know what I mean, like maybe like their own rooms and stuff like that. Because I know that's what they do in some places, like, where you'll get the basic room, and then if you pay extra, you can get yourself a room with a TV, and you know, it's all yourself, that kind of thing. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be like, oh well, we can have healthcare or we don't have healthcare. It's like, that's so stupid. Like, a lot of European systems run like that, where everyone has access to healthcare. Maybe you pay a little bit. You pay like maybe 50 bucks, 50 euros, 100 euros, whatever. And then, but you can pay more if you want to get like an actual, you know, private suite and all that. What's wrong with that? Like, why can't that be a thing in America, where everyone can get healthcare? But then if you have the money and you want to have nicer healthcare, you can pay for that. Even in the UK, where we have a fully nationalized healthcare, you can still pay for private if you want to. You can go to a private hospital to have surgery instead. Nice. Sad. You can tell when it's an American talking to you, because yeah, they bring that over. They bring that one way or another, like one way or the other kind of bollocks over to the UK, rather, you know, and to Europe, rather than thinking, you know, well, there's a lot more to it than that. The UK is okay for it, but I think a lot of European countries are better because they have more proportional election systems. It's the one issue with the UK system I do not like, is that it's first past the post, which means that really you're only going to ever have two major parties. Like, you'll have a few kind of, like, for example, the UK, Labour got the vast majority of votes. Conservatives got, like, for the seats anyway, they didn't get the vast majority of votes. They got basically, I can't remember the exact votes, but they got less votes than they got last time, but they ended up getting 400 plus seats, which makes no sense. The Green Party got a lot of votes, but they got 1 or 2 seats. The Reform Party, as much as I hate them, they got a bunch of votes, but they only got one. They only got like 1. No, they got like 2 seats, I swear, at the election, something like that. It's a load of bollocks. I do prefer how a lot of European countries do it, where it's actually proportional. So, yeah. UK should invade US. A lot of English speakers. Yeah, no, we should do that. Yeah, why not? Why not? We should invade US because the US is full of. I mean, to be fair though, can we really call American speakers up to standards? A lot of American speakers can barely speak. They can barely speak English. Are we sure? Oh no, JB's heard. Oh. JB, would you like to be British, yeah? Would you like to be taken over by the UK? How about that, bro? What about that, yeah? What about if we take New York back, yeah? I'm proposing this, yeah. What about if New England and New York and all that rejoin the UK? Excluding the big massive like state part. We don't want the state. We'll take New York City. We won't take the state. We don't want that. And we do all that, yeah? How about that, yeah? You got it all for Christmas, did you, Linda? What did you get?
The LSPD are on their way.
Give you $10. Give me $10 and I'll tell you. That's funny.
When you get there, wait for my call.
There's a lot of Ukrainians that live in my area. A lot of them fled the war, and I'm always so sad when I'm listening because it's usually the mothers with their children, and I'm always really sad because I'm like, you know, yeah, they're fitting into the UK and they're really doing their best, but I just feel so bad for them because a lot of them want to go home, like a lot of them want to go back to the Ukraine, but they just don't have the choice at the moment, and I just feel bad because like imagine having to leave your own country and being stuck and not being able to go back. Nah, if I had to leave the UK, as much as I hate the UK at times, bro, I'd always want to go back. I'd be really upset if I couldn't come back to the UK. Honestly, I don't think Ukraine is much more racist than any other former Soviet country. Most former Soviet countries are going to be racist, but that's because that they were occupied and basically subjugated for so long that that's the culture that developed. As we've seen it historically, as countries become more and more liberalized, they become a lot less racist, and we're seeing that now in places like Poland, where they're becoming a lot more supportive of LGBT and a lot less racist in general. That is happening because of the fact they've moved away from that former sphere of influence and subjugation to being part of Europe. So who's to say in another 20, 30 years that Ukraine won't be like that? They complain about immigrants, that's the funny part. I mean, they can complain about it in Ukraine. I mean, if they come to another country and complain about it, that's one thing, but then again, what's the difference between that and say an Italian tourist? I mean, I've heard Italians and I've heard French dons come to the UK and they say the same thing. They say, oh, you know, and I'm like, well, you know, so what's the difference between them and Ukrainians? I mean, they can feel any certain way they want about anything. They can't vote. That's the thing. They can't vote in the UK. They can't vote in most European countries. So it's not like they have any say like that. They can hold their own personal views. But I don't see what the problem is. Them being perhaps more racist because of their, you know, previous subjugation by the Russians. Does that mean that they deserve to be subjugated again? You know? Like, just because a place was once, you know, like, you could say that about anyone. You could say that about Poland. You could say, oh, you know, should they all go back to being part of Russia or part of the Soviet Union? They all have a, you know, countries will improve as countries improve, as Ukraine improves, as they become more and more European.
That's the sound of No Way's PR
They'll probably lose a lot of all that.
imploding. Beautiful.
There's no reason why Ukraine couldn't be that. I mean, every Ukrainian that I know in the UK, that I personally know in the UK, have all been very hard workers. They've come here, they've made lives for themselves. They're very hard workers, and they know that they're you know, the generosity of the British state is not going to be forever. So they're working hard. Yeah, I know a lot of Eastern European countries aren't going to be as pro-LGBT, but I'm still fine with them coming here because I know that as time goes on, they will understand, you know, culture will change, and I'm fine with that. You can't influence culture if you're not willing to work with people. You can't influence culture if you're not willing to, you know, accept these people into our ranks who are... I mean, most Ukrainians will want to go back, and at some point they will go back, and they'll take what they've learned from us and probably introduce it into their own places. Like, think about that. Think about all the people that came here, and when they go back and when Ukraine is able to rebuild, those people are going to be people that are going to have influence. You know, they're gonna, you know, people will get elected to be MPs, people will get elected into presidencies, and those people may very well end up defining a future Ukraine that's a lot more, you know, friendly to LGBT, a lot more friendly to, you know, people from other places. We're not going to get that if we just say, well, fuck you, you know, you were Russian for hundreds of years, like, you know.
Hey, is that you? Listen, No Way's panicking. PR disaster of the century. So now they're hiring thugs to sabotage the competition. I heard they're
China's the
planning to
best.
destroy the downtown cab company's fleet.
China's pretty nice if you're not a,
Get some insider intel.
if you're not on their shit list.
Experienced getaway driver.
Or just a normal
Strong
person that wants to
team
live
player.
without being spied upon all the time. Other than that, it's pretty nice. I mean, I don't think anywhere's perfect. Everywhere has their shit, but I think the key thing is that we should all be competing to be better rather than competing to be worse. I think that's my main issue with America at the moment, is that we should be competing to be the best, not competing to be the worst. And America just seems to compete to be the worst in everything now. They're doing everything they can to just ruin everyone else. That's my issue with it. I remember there was a lot of optimism after the Cold War ended. Well, it never really ended, it just evolved. But when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a lot of optimism in the West. There was a lot of attempts to make, you know, the world better. You know, there was a lot of attempts to improve things like reduce pollutants in the air, to limit carbon emissions, to ban dangerous chemicals that can damage the ozone. There was a lot of work put in to improve the world, and it's all gone now. All that hard work done by former presidents, former, you know, prime ministers, all that work seems to be undone now because people want to compete to be the shittest person. I don't know, I think it's quite sad. That's where I'm mostly sad, is that instead of going better, if you said to someone at the end of the Soviet Union, yeah, life is gonna get better, and then it's gonna get really shit again. Imagine how they would, you know, like, it just sucks.
I just met the guy running the show. He's freaking FIB.
It just sucks for
Never
everyone.
worked for the fucking feds before. Anyway, this job, it's simple. In and out.
North Korea level pop. To be fair, he did say something like that, didn't he? He said that he liked how Kim Jong or whatever ruled, and then he imagine saying to a previous U.S. president, "Oh yeah, by the way, a future U.S. president has saluted a North Korean leader." Mind you, presidents aren't really supposed to salute like that. Like, it's not really something you're supposed to do. It's, you know, if you're not in the active military. I don't know why he salutes everyone. It's like he's seen a movie about military people in the past. He's like, oh yeah, that's what badasses do or something. And he thinks he's some sort of badass, but he's really not. Yeah, I'm still live, Kaelin. Been an interesting day. I don't talk about I don't talk about politics every day because I don't want to drag it down. But today I just felt like, you know what, fuck it, let's have a little chat. Let's have a little chat. And then that Don came in, that Russian stooge came in and started yapping. So I was like, yeah, let's get it on then.
Let's go.
Educational stream. Not that it really matters. I mean, you know, the reality is you're never going to change other people's opinions. Once people's opinions are set, they're not going to change. That's why arguing on Twitter is a waste of time. You're never going to change anyone's opinion. The only thing you can do is speak out about stuff and hope people listen. That's all you can do. You know, all you can do is ever just speak out and say, you know what, like,
Just keep driving. The feds will make this.
I don't like pedophile presidents. I don't like,
The feds will make this all disappear.
I don't like, you know, what they're doing in Ukraine, how they're treating Ukraine. Stuff like that. You gotta speak out about stuff like that, but you're never gonna change people's opinion unless they're willing to listen to you, so which most people aren't. You hope that halfway never comes back. I'm very certain that it was a Russian. I'm pretty sure it was a paid Don. It was someone who was paid, because he threw out the same argument about the EU that they always do. The whole Europe would be better separate, not as the EU, which is stupid because obviously smaller countries are easier to swallow up.
I thought the FIB would have given
Historically,
them a heads
small countries get swallowed up. I mean, anyone who knows about the history of Prussia, for example, Germany, anyone who knows the history of Germany will know the HRE, right? The HRE was made up of hundreds of little states, little princely states, right? Some of them were as small as like a back garden almost, and some of them were tiny little stuff. And one by one, those states were absorbed or taken over or subjugated by the bigger German states. And now Germany is one country. But once upon a time, Germany was made up of hundreds of little countries, little states, little princedoms and things like that under the HRE. But you would, if you look at a map today, if you don't know about history, a lot of people don't know what the Holy Roman Empire is. Like, how many people truly know about the Holy Roman Empire? Maybe they've heard it in passing, but how many people know the Holy Roman Empire existed? Very few, unless if you're like born and bred somewhere like Germany. Most people aren't going to know about it. And they're not going to know about the history of those countries, those little tiny little states slowly being absorbed by bigger states until eventually there was only the bigger states left. And actually, after the last, after the French-German War, the French-Prussian War of 1870, I believe it was, Bismarck, the Chancellor Bismarck actually did a really smart trick. He managed to trick a lot of these countries to join Prussia against the French, and he utilized it. I'm not very in tune with the German history, but he basically managed to trick a lot of these countries. He pushed for conflict because he made agreements with these countries that they would join into Prussia if France attacked them, and he pushed and pressed buttons to get he could have avoided war, but he pressed buttons. He did stuff behind the scenes to get the war to happen because it benefited it benefited Prussia and allowed Prussia to absorb what was left to then form into Germany, into the German Empire. So Bismarck actually utilized that in that you know, that era, that situation to then grow the country, and that's the same shit Russia does to this day. But a lot of people, if you don't know history, you're not going to know that shit. If you don't know the history of Russia, you won't know about the you know, imperialistic shit that they did in the past and what they continue to do today. And that's the problem with these dons. A lot of these dons don't know history. Maybe they're just paid, or maybe they're just naive, and they don't understand history. They don't know any of that, and so they just think, oh, it's all good. It's just a civil war. At best, they're just ignorant. At worst, they're actually paid to think that way, or to talk that way. The only way people listen is they're fairly young. Yeah, true. You know what? That is true. That's why typically I try to be more positive these days on stream. I try to be more like, you know, I try to big up good role models. You know, that I think of, like scientists and stuff like that. I try to big them up, and then whenever I hear like people like Andrew Tate, I'm always like, yeah, Andrew Tate's a terrible person. Don't be like Andrew Tate. You're not going to get anywhere in life if you're like Andrew Tate. You're going to be a pathetic incel for the entirety of your life. Because yeah, that's the only way that these Dons are going to learn, is if they find these good people, not these shitty people. But unfortunately, people don't learn history, and that makes life harder, because if you don't know history, you can't really understand. Like, I know that history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And that's probably the best way to put it. Like, some people say history repeats, and I sometimes think like that as well. But I think the better way would be to say history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And that's definitely the best way to look at it. You nudged someone in the right direction a while back and it was a good feeling. Oh, that's awesome. That's really, really awesome. It is a good feeling. I mean, look at AF. AF went from being someone who was very anti-LGBT to being very, very supportive. And mind you, he lives somewhere where he can't really, I imagine, be openly supportive, unfortunately. But that's just life, unfortunately. Sometimes you can't do that, otherwise a risk of, you know, death or imprisonment. But, you know, it's respectful. I think it's respectable when people are from places where traditionally you cannot be supportive of things, but then end up, you know, from experiencing other things and reading and understanding and talking to people, you kind of move in that direction. Because he realized, well, you know, he's not being hurt by these Dons. Like, none of these Dons are hurting him. I mean, you know, if they exist, they're not hurting him at all.
Stay where you are. I know what you did, you piece of shit.
So yeah, talking to people definitely helps. And I typically do try, but like, I could tell with that Don, he was obviously just spreading propaganda. That's why that's why I was just being like, well, fuck this Don, like. And he was trying to play out the whole, well, you know, your manners and all that. I'm like, bro, if someone's genuine, I'll try to talk about it. But I could tell from the instant bro came in, I could tell he was just spreading bollocks. The way that the stuff he said, the fact that he defended Trump the first time, but, you know, okay, fair enough, that happens. But then the fact he went straight into the whole Ukraine, you know, it's a civil war bollocks, I was like, yeah, this guy is definitely not, he's not trying to learn or anything. He's spreading bollocks. Isn't Russia attacking Ukraine low-key like the Cuban Missile Crisis? The Missile Crisis, no one invaded anyone in the Missile Crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis was that America wanted to put nukes in Turkey so that they could attack Russia really quickly and easily. And Russia didn't like that, obviously, understandable. So then Russia decided to say, well, they decided to put nukes into Cuba, which would be the same as, you know, American nukes in Turkey. So they never went to war over it. And then in the end, America blockaded Cuba so that Russia couldn't move the nukes there. And then eventually they started talking about it. And America agreed not to put nukes into Turkey. And then Russia agreed to not put nukes into Cuba. And so that was what happened. No one invaded each other there. Yeah, the biggest landmass country needs more land. The thing is, why would... That's always the argument I hear, that they say that they're being scared. It's like... There's two things. One, why should these independent democratic countries not have a right to decide who they team up with? Why are we saying to these countries, you just have to put up with it because we don't upset them? You know, we're not getting, you know, like, imagine saying to someone, like, you know, let's look at it this way. Imagine you have a slave, right? And you have an owner. The owner is obviously going to be upset if the slave is freed. So should the slave, you know, if you start saying, oh, well, the slave should stay there because otherwise the owner is going to be upset, well, that'd be stupid. That'd be fucked up. Why should we forego that person's independence, that person's agency, just so that slave owner can be happy? That slave owner can be happy and content. Why should we do that? No, we don't do that. We say, well, the slavery's wrong. Fuck that. You're not going to get one. Too bad. Fuck off. That person, that slave, is a person. That person that deserves their own choice to be who they are, live where they want, work who they want. Not you. So the same thing is true of Russia. Why should Russia have any say in what happens to independent democratic countries? Why should these countries basically be slaves to Russia just because Russia's upset or scared? They're not scared, though, because, again, Russia's a big country. They've always acted they've always acted aggressively. They've always invaded people. They've always taken over neighbors. They have a lot of land. A lot of it is worthless. Who the fuck wants it? No one wants it. No one in the West wants that land. I don't know one single person that wants to take Russian land. I want to see Russia broken up into multiple states, but I don't want to take any of the land. Because why would we? Why would we want it? Why would we want a bunch of worthless land that is lived on by a bunch of people that are uneducated, have very low skill levels, very low knowledge levels? Why would we want to deal with that? Like, no offense to the Russian people there, but why would we want them? We don't want those people. We don't want to rule that land. It's worthless. It's worthless land. I mean, it's obvious it's worthless because this country that's so big is so poor. Why? Obviously the land isn't that valuable. So why the fuck? None of us want it. I don't want it. No one in the UK wants it. No one in France wants it. No one in Europe wants that land. So they can live there happily, and we don't want it. We don't want to touch it. It's not like we're going to go and take over half of Russia. No, we don't want it. They can keep it. Just stop trying to, threaten other countries around. Just stop trying to threaten, people that are just trying to live their own lives. Like, that's the best way to put it, in my opinion, because it's just being honest. It's just being brutally honest about it, that we don't want it because it is worthless land run by people that haven't got the skills or the knowledge to utilize it. It's not going to generate any income for us, and so why would we want it? If you start saying, oh no, we don't want it because of other reasons, they start throwing out, oh well, you're just lying. Well, let's just be brutally honest here. We don't want it because it's worthless land inhabited by people that cannot work it properly. So why the fuck would we want it? We have very good, valuable land in Europe. Why would a British person want Russian land? We've got very good land here. Why would Ukraine? We have Ukraine. If Ukraine joins the EU and joins NATO, guess what? We got a lot of access to good land with people that actually will, work on it and actually want to do good. So that's what I want. Like, if it's a choice of let's take Russian land and no, I'd rather work with the Ukrainians and have them work their land, build themselves up, and we benefit from it anyway. We benefit from the fertilizer. We benefit from the massive grain harvest that Ukraine has. Why the fuck would we want Russian land? Hey Robert, what's up? How you doing, bro? Roberto, how you doing? First time you've seen brutally honest used in a way that isn't an armor hustle and don't take responsibility. No, like, that's just genuinely, I think, the best way to say it is that just from a pure, let's break it down. That land is usually occupied because it has an economical value, right? It has an economic value. Just looking from it, I don't see any land in Russia that's worth owning. I genuinely don't. Either it's in the middle of the east and it's like hard to get to and it's cold and it's not really usable. It's worthless. And even in Western Russia, again, there's perfectly good land in places like Ukraine. Why do we need it? Why do we need Russian land? It's not utilized properly. We don't want it. We don't need it. It's just, I think that's just genuinely the best way to put it, because it's the only way to put it in a way that kind of go, because a lot of these people, they think of it in terms of economics. They think of it in, well, you want land because it makes you money. Well, if the land is worthless, why would we want it? So, it's as simple as that. That's how I look at it. And it might come across as cold, but it's true. It's, it's the same thing in the games I play, like Europa Universalis and Victoria. There's a lot of land out there, and a lot of it's useless, and it's just not worth the hassle. Yeah, you could conquer it to make yourself look big, but you're going to be paying more money to look after it than you would make back from it. It's just not worth it. You want the areas of the world where there's good value. You want areas where with rare resources. And I know Russia's probably got some good rare resources, but how do you get to it when the people that live there aren't able to do it? You need people that, like, that's the reason why the West is so much more successful, is because we educated old people. It's one of the reasons why I hate the fact that we're not educating people for free anymore in terms of universities, that we were able to exploit the resources that we had because we had people that were educated. If you don't educate your populace, this is a basic thing that you learn in Victoria, a fucking video game. If you play Victoria 3, you learn that the only way to improve your country long term, yeah, you could breed like crazy, but if you can't exploit these resources, at the end of the day, you're not gonna ever grow that much. The best way to exploit these resources is by having an educated population. That's why we were able to outdo China for so long. Our population was able to be educated and was able to be, you know, trained up to use these things to be able to mine, to be able to harvest, to be able to, you know, to be able to build stuff that could then be used to harvest it better. If your population isn't educated enough to use it, it's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. So even if the land was valuable, even if there was like a shit ton of rare resources underneath a bunch of Russian land, what's the point? The people there can't utilize it. The people there don't have the knowledge or the experience. A lot of them are just farmers. A lot of them are just, you know, bare bones farmers. I mean, Russia historically has always been known as a country that took a long time to industrialize. Even when the rest of Europe was industrializing heavily, Russia was still was still using old systems to farm. That's why Russia, even though it's such a big country, it fell behind places like, you know, countries nearby like Prussia, because Prussia was industrializing heavily as well. You know, Germany, when it formed, was industrializing heavily, whereas Russia was so far behind. It took a lot of work to get Russia up to standards, but then they've just kind of slacked on it. Siberia is massive, but they can't utilize it because a lot of it's permafrost, but also a lot of it is just not, again, the people that live out there aren't really educated enough or have enough experience with the stuff. The people that are educated and have the experience, they don't want to go there. They want to live in Moscow. They don't want to go out there. Imagine saying to someone in Moscow who's got the experience and knowledge to do stuff out there, oh yeah, you got to go and live in fucking Siberia. They're not going to do it. So at the end of the day, no one wants Russian land. Even China. China could easily take Russian land. Like, China signed over a bunch of the land that... By the way, Russia stole a bunch of land from China. Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that. Russia stole a bunch of land from China, and they signed it over an agreement when China wasn't able to fight back on it. One day, the Chinese may come and take that land back, and Russia will be able to do fuck all against it. But even then, the Chinese don't want it at the moment because it's worthless at the moment. The Chinese know that they would have to do a lot of work to improve it. It's the same situation as North Korea. Even if North Korea was toppled, even if they you know, had a coup, who the fuck's gonna take them on? That is one of the most uneducated, backwards societies, not by the fault of the people, but because of the leadership. Who the fuck's gonna take them on? Who's going to take them on? Like, what that country is going to be so... It's such a poor and you know, like... It's a country that's so poor, the people are almost always chronically ill because they don't eat, they don't have enough food and good quality food to eat and to stay healthy. They're all underfed. What the fuck are you going to do with them? Whoever takes them, like, China doesn't want it. Like, China, you know, you could say, well, why doesn't China take North Korea? China doesn't fucking want it because what are they going to do with it? You know, you're just going to be taking on millions of people that are effectively worthless for your economy. And South Korea, even if I know South Korea talks about reuniting, but I think if it ever came down to it, South Korea would probably hold off on it for a very long time. It would have to be a two-state thing where it's like a separate country but under a union, and that way it's like, you know, very controlled who can come in and out. You know, it'd be like a prison still, because you couldn't just let all these people flee across the border because they would be absolutely devastating on the South Korean economy. And that's what Russia's like. A lot of the Russian area, a lot of the Russian territory and populace are just absolutely worthless to any other economy. So why would a much richer Western economy want to take anything to do with Russia? I just don't, like, just from a brutally honest perspective, why would anyone want that territory? It's not worth the hassle. I mean, we saw how hard it was for the British Empire. Towards the end of the British Empire, with all these really wealthy territories, we still couldn't afford it. We still couldn't afford to maintain it. So why the fuck would anyone in Europe want to maintain a bunch of land in the middle of Russia? With a bunch of people that have, like, maybe a elementary school level education. Maybe they're lucky a few years of secondary school. Like, why would anyone want that territory? So that's why I've always found funny when the Russians talk about, like, oh, well, we're gonna be, you know, we're gonna be, like, targeted or whatever, we're gonna lose, you know, we're being targeted or not. I'm like, bro, no one wants your land. Like, no one here wants your land. No one in the West wants your shitty land. and your uneducated populace. I'm sorry, but we don't want it. So that argument is already out. But then the argument of, well, you know, we shouldn't, you know, whatever pressure, like they shouldn't be worried about us because we're not going to do anything. We've already shown we're not going to do anything. As far as I'm aware, Poland is an independent democratic country. As far as I'm aware, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Finland, all independent countries. None of them are American. None of them are British. They're all independent countries. So what are they worrying about? It's not like there's American soldiers sitting right there ready to invade. There's a few American soldiers sitting there in bases, sure, but they're not ready to invade. They don't have the means to invade. They don't have the troop numbers or the equipment numbers to invade. Mind you, this is the same country that goes on and on and on about how fucking powerful it is, and how fucking strong it is, and how it's impossible to invade and conquer. And I'm like, well, okay, then if it's impossible to invade and conquer it, then why are you afraid? You know what I mean? Like, if you're so strong and you're so powerful, then why are you afraid of these little countries? Surely you shouldn't be afraid of them. Like, that'd be like Britain saying that we're afraid of Ireland. Like, that literally would be like the British saying, oh yeah, Ireland next door is scaring us, you know, we have to invade them because they're scaring us. Ain't no one in the UK scared of Ireland. Ain't no one. We know they're way smaller than us. We know they're not gonna be, they wouldn't be able to do anything to us even if they wanted. So we're not scared of them. Why would we? So we have no interest in conquering them or dominating them because they literally have no capability to hurt us. If Ireland was a Russian ally, even then I don't think it would, because again, if it was the case, why has Cuba not been invaded? Cuba is still a Russian ally. Why has Cuba not been invaded? Again, because no one has any interest in taking anything to do with it. I mean, Ireland isn't even part of NATO. Like, Ireland isn't even part of NATO. So surely because, oh, well, they're our enemies too. No,
all right,
they're not.
I got paperwork to do. You know, I miss being
Let people live their lives in their own country. Like, I have no interest in telling Russians how to live in their own country. Like, in Russia, they can do what the fuck they want. If they want to throw people out windows, whatever, that's their choice. But they have no say in Ukraine. And I have no say in Ukraine because I'm not Ukrainian. The only people that have a say in Ukraine is Ukrainians. And Ukrainians say they want to be, you know, closer to Europe, and they say they don't want to be under Russia. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter what we want. It doesn't matter what Russia wants. The only thing that matters at the end of the day is whoever's, you know, in those countries. And Ukraine says they want to be closer to Europe. That's what matters. That's what matters at the end of the day. Oh yeah, Kaliningrad was offered to Germany and Lithuania. No one wanted it because it was all full of Russians, and like no one wanted to deal with that because they know what the Soviet Union was like. You know, I mean, we're seeing that now, where Russia will use any excuse to invade anyone they want, as long as there's Russians there, it's legal to attack. But also, yeah, who wants them? Because it's going to be a bunch of people that have lower education standards. You know. Then you know, especially back then, Germany was very, very, like, Western Germany was very, I mean, we saw it when Eastern Germany joined Western Germany. I think it cost them something like €1 trillion to, like, bring Eastern Germany up to Western Germany standards, and it's still behind. It's still, you know, at least a couple decades behind Western Germany in terms of, like, overall, you know, status. And that was Eastern Germany to, you know, that was Eastern Germany. That wasn't even like Russia proper. That was Eastern Germany. Whereas Kaliningrad is considered part of Russian proper. So, you know, it's crazy to me that, yeah, people like think that it's just, yeah. They blocked Cuba from building missiles. Well, Cuba wasn't building the missiles. They were blocking the Russian missiles from reaching, or the Soviet missiles from reaching Cuba. They didn't block. Cuba couldn't build missiles, at least not good ones. I don't think Russia has the money to build them. Cuba has the money to build them. Cuba spends more money on things like healthcare. To be fair, Cuba has one of the best they have an insane amount of doctors that they send around to other Latin American countries. to help out with poorer countries. Although Cuba's quite poor, but they had a really good healthcare system. I don't know about now, but they had a really good healthcare system at the time for, like, you know, trained doctors because they invested in it. But they didn't have the means to build missiles. Russia blocked Ukraine for NATO. Well, why? Russia can't block anything because they're not part of NATO. The only people that can decide whether someone's in NATO is NATO. The people, you know, the countries in NATO. Russia has no say in that. Again, like, America's never blocked Cuba from being allies with Soviet Union. Otherwise, they would have done something by now. Like I said, I do hope one day that Russians can be... Like, I do dream of a future Russia where it's more split up into smaller countries and they're able to integrate and work with the rest of us, but... You know, I don't see it happening anytime soon. History all went wrong when Muscovy became the dominant power in Russia. I think if Muscovy should have been crushed before, that would have solved a lot of the issues. But ever since Muscovy became the dominant force in the Russian lands, that was it. Any hopes of a democratic Russia were killed off at that point. This is what I mean, though, when I say that America is doing damage to itself, because, you know, America, with the way America's acting, America might end up being looked at the same way that Europeans look at Russia. America might end up being looked that way. So this is why I'm so sad with what's happening in America, because I'm like, that's what's going to happen. America's going to end up like what you know, Russia looks like to Europeans. Like, Europeans will never trust. Like, I'll never trust Russia no matter what. Not as it currently stands. It would have to break into multiple parts before I'd even go even remotely close to trusting it. But America's like that now. Almost. Like, it's getting there. And I hope it can be stopped and the relationship can be repaired. I'm hoping that cooler heads will prevail once Trump and all that are gone, and I'm hoping that, you know, as Trump dies, I'm hoping a lot of people will lose that. I hope that MAGA will kind of die off with it a little bit. I hope that I'm thinking it's like a cult of personality, so I'm hoping when he dies, none of the other people there will be able to capture it the same way, and I'm hoping it will die off a bit. And I'm hoping that will mean that we can have, you know, cooler heads prevailing in America, and we might actually be able to repair the relationship. But I'm hopeful, but you know, we won't, you know, it's the worst part of living in interesting times is you can't just look in the history book, you got to wait it out. So I'm hopeful that we can repair that relationship with America, and that we can have a future America which is a little bit more friendly again, isn't threatening to take places like Greenland. That's what I'm hopeful for. Might take 10 years, it might take 20, but I'm hopeful for it. I still want Europe to build its own military, though. I want Europe to have its own military. I want Europe to have its own tech. I want to see a lot of investment in European defense, a lot of European like production facilities for things like CPUs and RAM and stuff like that, so that we can produce our own stuff. But I would like to see America and Europe fix its friendship one day as well. The Ukrainians that live in Norway must be very different from the Ukrainians that live here, because I've met a lot of Ukrainians too, because I have my area is full of Ukrainians, like absolutely full of them. And again, I've never had any issues with them. They've never done anything to... They're never the ones who are the problems. The people who are here are problems are predominantly British people, actually, funny enough. The people at the back of the bus being annoyances, British people. I mean, surely though, if you really don't like all the Ukrainians being around, wouldn't it make more sense that wouldn't you want to support Russia losing so that Ukraine can then rebuild and then Ukrainians can go back to Ukraine? Like, that's the logic I'm following there. Like, if you really don't want Ukrainians in your country, would it not make more sense to then support Ukraine so that they can go back to Ukraine and be happy there and, you know, live their lives there in peace? That's what I'm thinking anyway. Like, if you really don't want them here, well, there I suppose, because obviously not in the same country, but if you don't want them in your country, then wouldn't the best thing to do would be to, yeah, help Ukraine win so that then Ukraine can then they can go back. Oh my god, this fucking truck is gonna piss me off. This guy cannot drive for shit.
Dios mío!
Obviously, I'm not part of the EU, so I can't really influence any EU decisions on letting Ukraine join the EU. But as a NATO member, I will support a government that will allow for Ukraine to join. I actually would love for Ukraine to join NATO. So when the time comes that is an option, I will definitely support whichever government at the time, even if it's a government I don't like, even if it's like a conservative government or something. If they support NATO ascension for Ukraine, I'll support them. Even if it's a government I don't like, even if it's a government I hate, I'll still support them on that. I'll still back them on that because I believe in that. And if I was part of the EU, again, I would do the same thing. But I have no influence in that now. I don't have unfortunately I have no say in that. Maybe one day UK will rejoin. I hope so. Well, I mean, you know, that's the thing as well. You have to understand is if they're used to living in a country that's like 99% white, they're obviously gonna be a little bit more, you know, susceptible to racism. Once you know, a lot of these people, when they came to live in the UK, I'm sure it was probably a big shock at first, but then once they got used to what it was like in the UK, they're probably like, well, it's fine. Of course, someone who comes from a place, it's like someone from the countryside. If you have someone come from the countryside that's 99% white, come to somewhere like London, they're going to probably be racist too. But once you live there long enough, it's not so bad. You realize, it's not a big deal. Hey, JB, how you doing, bro? Like, it's hard to imagine. Like, that's the thing. If you come from somewhere where it's like one way, you're gonna be, you know, it's the same as you come from somewhere that's like the countryside and you come to the city and you see a bunch of people being, you know, openly gay. You know, yeah, your local little village boy had someone who was gay in it, but you wouldn't know because they would keep, you know, they would want to keep it themselves because they don't know how anyone else is gonna treat them. But imagine you come from the countryside and you come to, say, London and there's the Pride Festival and all that. You're probably like, what the fuck? This is crazy. But really, it's not a big deal. It's just, well, that's just life, you know? Thank you, JB. Like, it was even like that for Rebecca in a way, because she came from somewhere that was predominantly white. And it wasn't like she was, like, somewhere that... It was still a city. It was still a city. But she came from somewhere that was predominantly white. So when she came here, she was really shocked at how many people there were that weren't white. and not in a bad way. It was just like, it was a culture shock. She wasn't, you know, like she was like, wow, this is crazy. And like all the foods in the supermarkets, because where she was from, there wasn't a lot of foods in the supermarket, like ethnic foods. It was all just, you know, Scottish type foods and some English and that kind of thing. It was, so now that she works here, a lot of the food in the supermarket is ethnic food, as they call it anyway. It's called ethnic food in the thing. And then same with like things like halal and stuff like that. That was like non-existent, whereas, you know, you have to get used to that here. So of course it's going to be one of those things where it's like a culture shock, and you know, it is going to be a culture shock. If you're from somewhere that's predominantly a one way and then you go somewhere else. I mean, it'd be like that if I went to China. If I went to China, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, this is so different. Like, it's a complete different way of living. But eventually people get used to it. I mean, my grandparents are still racist, you know? You know, whenever I speak to them, whenever there's a black person, they say, "Oh, that black boy," or "Oh, I was in the shop today, and this happened, and then I was served by a black man. It was a very nice one, though." You know, like when they say stuff like that, "Oh, he was a very nice one, though." Like, what do you mean by though? Why? For one, I always say to them, you don't need to mention the race or the nationality. I don't care. It doesn't matter for the story. Unless if it's something that actually does matter, don't mention it. You don't need to mention someone's race or nationality or color unless if it's important to the story. But they always do that. They always bring up. I was in the post office today, and I was you know, I was being served, and something happened, and it was a black guy or black man, and he's really slow, and it's always like that. Whenever it's like something bad, they got to bring up that they're, I mean, everybody's good, they got to bring it up. I don't know why. But that's what they do. Why are we hating on Russian dawns? I mean, if you don't like racists, the Russians are worse. Like, the Russians are probably one of the worst countries in Europe. Actually, probably is the worst country in Europe for racism. So I mean, you know, if you really want to hate on Ukrainians for being racist, you should hate on Russians for being racist too. But I hate on Russians because they're imperialists. Ukraine hasn't invaded anyone. Even like, yeah, like Ukraine hasn't invaded anyone. I don't think any ever really. Other than maybe when they were Kiev in the 300 years ago, before they got invaded by and taken over by Russia. Even some liberal people do it here. Yeah, I understand. The thing is, right, the problem is that a lot of us in the UK, we've grown up. Well, a lot of people have grown up in areas like that. They've grown up with their parents and grandparents doing that. So it kind of subconsciously filters into your language. And I have to think to myself sometimes, like, no, you can't, you know, that you don't say that, you know, like, sometimes I'll think, like, it's because of that. It's so annoying. It's so jarring because you get so used to it. Like, my grandparents would call all sorts of stuff for years. They used to call black people colored people, not people of color, colored people. And so when I was younger, I didn't know that was wrong, I have to say. And it's like, it took a long time of me mentally thinking to myself, no, that's not appropriate, to get that out of my system. But that's something that, you know, if you grew up with your family and they say that all the fucking time, it's super difficult to get it out of your system because your brain's so like into it. It's so frustrating. So jarring when I go and speak to them and they still bring that shit up. Ugh. So cringe. What happened to the gay boy and you had to stop yourself from cackling? No, it's difficult. It's difficult. You know, it kind of, you know, hopefully the next generations will be better for it, but it's difficult if you grew up with family like that. Oh, God, it's so jarring.
You there? All right.
Oh, God. Some of the old, some of the old stuff that we, oh, jeez, man, some of the old stuff that we used to do back in the day, man, some of the fucking things that were said in around the dinner table and stuff like that. Oh, God. She's one of those old, she was one of those old white women. That means, well, it comes off a bit odd. She was, yeah, that's fair. I think some of them don't mean it on purpose. Like, some of them do mean it. Like, my grandparents, I've tried telling them why they shouldn't act like that and say stuff like that, but they just will never accept it. And then, like, my grandmother's answer is, if they don't like it, they can leave the country. Which, obviously, is not really gonna work. So, that isn't gonna work. Unfortunately, yeah, if you're lucky and you have someone who just is, unfortunately, just set in their ways, not, you know, they don't mean to be, it's just that that's what they're used to because they're old and yeah. But my grandmother is young enough still that she could have changed, but she chooses not to because she chooses to be a hateful person. So I've just accepted that. I've just had to accept that she's always going to be a hateful person towards anyone that she doesn't like. And that's never going to change. Sucks, but that's life. And there's no point in me putting any effort in to change that because, again, she's never going to change that. She just views it as me being disrespectful if I ever try to explain to her why she's wrong about it. But that's, yeah. So I've tried to explain why it might hurt people's feelings. I've tried to explain to them why she shouldn't, yeah, say gay boy and stuff like that. She should, you know, I've tried to explain that to her, but yeah, never, doesn't work. Doesn't work. And so whenever there's someone in like a TV show and she's explaining it to me, she'll be like, oh, there's a couple of gay boys, and I'm like, why do you need to say that? Just, you know, you don't need to mention that they're gay for one, but if it is important for the story, then you can just say they're gay. But she always does it. She always fucking does it. And me and Rebecca, we were watching TV with her a couple days ago, and we were watching the soap. She was watching the soaps, and two men kissed, and she went, ugh. She, like, physically recoiled. And I was like, okay. Sure. And Rebecca just looked at me and I was like, just don't even question it. Don't even question it, because all it will do is lead to an argument where I'll be the one who's disrespectful. Because, of course, if you ever dare say anything, if you ever speak up against them, you're the one who's disrespectful. Your grandma asked you about gay hockey show when she was over Christmas, and you were so taken aback. Nah, it's weird, man. When I hate conversations, because I know of my one, at least she's gonna mean it in a bad way. But at least if you have like a grandmother who's not like meaning to be rude, and it's just, you know, because they don't know any better. They've tried, but they don't know any better. It's not so bad. But if you have a grandmother or a grandfather that doesn't like gay people, although when I ask her about it, she says she doesn't care. She just doesn't want to see it on TV. But I'm like, yeah, but you do care then, don't you?
Give me something.
I've never cared. Like, if I see two gay men, I mean, we've sent him enough gay men pictures to JB in the past, and he would always go, ugh, but like, it doesn't bother me. Some people get like really weird fucking reactions to it. I don't know why anyone's so like so affected by stuff like that. Never understand it. It's like if I see a man and a woman kissing, I don't go, ooh, that's nice. I just go, oh, well, cool, I guess. Like, it's the same. Either way, it's the same for me. If I see a gay man, a gay woman, straight man, a straight woman, trans, doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me because it's not me in the situation. So why would I care? I don't know why some people get really offended by stuff like that. So weird. I think it was Heated Rivalry she was on about. The finale's one of the highest straight episodes on IMDb. Yeah, 10 out of 10. I like that she asked you about that. That's cool. I wish my grandmother would ask about stuff in a way that's not just pure fucking hatred. Yeah. Snoop Dogg's not said not in movies. Snoop Dogg's a sellout anyway, so I don't think you should listen to Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg also talked shit about Eminem and then started saying how great Eminem was after he got called out for it. So, yeah, Snoop Dogg can suck it.
Hey, fuck one! FIB! Cover me! And give it up!
Like, imagine, like, Eminem's never said anything bad about Snoop before that. And Snoop just fucking shit on Eminem for no reason.
Cover me! I got you off feet!
And then backtrack so quick when called out for it. Like, he's close enough to Eminem. He shouldn't, you know, he should know better. Like, I can understand if he doesn't know Eminem, but he literally works alongside Eminem in the past. Like, bro was talking shit. No, that's crazy work. Well, I don't know why there was beef in the first place. Like, why the fuck did he have beef in the first place with him? Like, what did Eminem ever do to him? Eminem loves Dre. Right, so why the fuck was Snoop trying to cause issues when Eminem and Dre are really close? Why the fuck was Snoop trying to make that a sticky situation rather than just be decent about it? You dislike Ice Cube's politics, but at least he has several albums worth it. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. Like, a lot of these dons have really bad takes, but I just kind of ignore it for the most part. 'Cause at least their contributions to the genres are solid. But yeah, I don't really respect Snoop, to be honest with you. I don't really like Snoop. Like, Eminem seems like a genuinely nice person who's actually quite decent. I mean, we've seen how he speaks about, you know, Trump, and how he speaks about, you know, how he actually he has like a thing in Detroit where he helps kids get like clothing and stuff. He has like a charity he does. Like, I think Eminem genuinely is a nice person, and so for fucking Snoop to talk shit about him like that, like to try to like act like, oh, you know, saying, oh, he's not one of the greatest of all time. The way he said that was crazy work. Imagine saying Eminem's not one of the greatest of all time. Like, that just felt like a purpose. That was like a purposeful diss. That's my issue with it. It just felt like he was just dissing him because, you know, why not? Like, regardless of what your thoughts are of Eminem, he's undeniably one of the best. So for Snoop to say that was crazy work. Especially because, like, Eminem's always bigged up other people. Like, Eminem in his songs, he always bigs up other people about how they were his idols and how they influenced him, and, you know, how, you know, they're the reason he's around and all that. And I'm like, bro, like, how so, you know, Eminem's gonna big you up. Eminem's gonna fucking, like, big you up, make it, you know, really share how great you are and how you really helped him and influenced him. And you're gonna just talk shit about him, like, say he's not the greatest, he's not one of the greatest or anything, like, not even close. Like, come on, bro. Sell out, bro.
If you're alive, you need to get to those coordinates. Find a boat, a sea shark, anything. Just lose the feds.
I know if I was in a room with a bunch of different rappers, I know I wouldn't want to be in a room with Snoop.
What's happening?
Partly because you wouldn't be able to breathe. I'd say I'd want to be with Eminem. I actually would love to pick his brain. I actually would love to ask him a bunch of different things, and I'd love to hear him talk about stuff that maybe he doesn't talk about too much, like, you know, his you know, his family and all that. Like, I don't know, I've always liked the way that he adopted a child that wasn't even his. It was his ex's child with another person. I love that he adopted that child because he knew what it's like to not have a good parents. And I would love to talk to him. I would love to just speak to him, be like, you know, that's like, that's so cool, man. Like, that's such a cool thing to do. You didn't have to do that. but you did. You could have been petty as fuck, like a lot of these other dons would have been. You would have, you know, they've been so petty, they would have said, no, it's not my child. Whereas Eminem's like, yep, locking in, you know? And the way that he supported the, you know, the children, and yeah, I don't know, I think that's such a nice thing, you know? Whereas I wouldn't want to be in a room with someone like Snoop. I certainly wouldn't want to be in a room with Tupac, judging by the stuff that Tupac did to women. I certainly wouldn't want to be with him. Great songs, terrible person. Great songs, terrible person. I like his music, but I would never want to be in a room with him. Tupac never did that. I'm pretty certain he did. A lot of the legends will always say that they look up to him and they loved him and all that, but that's because they're friends. Friends will always back each other, even if they did something shit. Which, good or bad, that's kind of the reality. Friends always will. But you can still be a shit person.
Hallelujah!
Like MJ. I like MJ, right? I like Michael Jackson. I think Michael Jackson's like one of the best of all time when it comes to musicians. His amazing songs. But look, I'll tell you this now. If it was confirmed that he was a child abuser, 100% I wouldn't like him as a person. I still like his songs, but I wouldn't like him as a person. If he was confirmed to be a child abuser. Pac was free 2 years later. Well, being free doesn't mean anything if you beat on women. I don't think you should ever beat on women. I mean, you shouldn't beat on anyone, but you shouldn't beat on women. Especially someone, you know, like you shouldn't do that. You should not do that shit. Oh, nice. Hustler's been unlocked. I've done that one, and I've done that one. Ah, beautiful. I've done 2 now. Look at that. 2 more done. So I've done the hacker. Done 150,000, 5,000 RP, Clucking Bow outfit, 150, 5,000 RP, 100. Okay, nice, all done. 2 more done. Just like Chris Brown. Yeah, the fact that people still like Chris Brown, like actually support him, like, yeah, okay, maybe you liked his music, but bro, you shouldn't be supporting Chris Brown. Especially since he's still alive, you shouldn't be supporting him, but yeah, he abused women. I think it's really fucked up. Because Chris never really paid for it. He never really felt bad for it. He didn't like regret it or anything. You know, at least if he had changed, at least if he had, you know, gone through therapy and maybe some sort of like, you know, help program, turned himself around, went and did stuff that actually helped people, you know, did charity work and stuff like that, really tried his best to, you know, to help people. And he didn't seek out like fame. He just kind of did it on the low key, and that was that. And then it came out that he did that. Fair. Okay. I can maybe at that point go, yeah, maybe that's not so bad. Okay, not great what he did, but okay, maybe he's a changed person. But now a lot of these dons, they'll never change. A lot of these dons will always, once an abuser, always an abuser.
Hi.
I don't know how you can hit someone that you supposedly love either. I think it's crazy to me. Like, I couldn't imagine hitting Rebecca. I couldn't imagine hitting her. Like, I couldn't imagine seeing her upset because it was me that hit her. Nah, that makes me like actually physically sick. The thought of it, like the thought that I was the reason she's upset or hurt. I couldn't do it. I don't know how people could do it. I genuinely don't know how people can do it. You have to be a real sick motherfucker to be on women or be on your partner in general. You have to be one sick motherfucker. Some sick in the head motherfucker to do that. What the fuck?
Oh.
It's kind of fire, actually. I might wear that.
I God.
Oh, I got Franklin's outfit. So I've got Michael's, I've got Franklin. Trevor's the next one at 15. And then, oh, Claude's. An actual Claude outfit is 20, and then Nico. Okay. Oh, I really want that. I've already got my own Claude outfit that I made, but I really want that one. 24 hours, yeah, now. No, bro, no 24. But no, I don't know. I'll never understand how people can do stuff like that to their partner. I could never do that. I don't know. Like just the thought of seeing that person like crying, upset because of something because you hit them. Nah, that actually makes me physically sick. I genuinely feel sick right now thinking about that. Nah, that's why I can't back people like that. You know, Tupac. I liked his music, but I can't like he's a shit person. I couldn't back him for that. I understand why these dons say what they say, that you know he's one of the best and that he influenced them and that he loves, you know, they loved him and all that. But I'll never be able to view it the same way. I get it, you know. He was their friends. I get, you know, he was a friend, and I get it and all that. But I just couldn't do it myself. I would be really upset. I couldn't deal with it. If Tupac came back to life, and I met him, I'd be like, you're a twat. He's been dead longer than you've been alive, so you're bumping with it. Oh yeah, like I can still listen to the music, but I'm still thinking I'm still gonna call him a cunt. Talking about you, bro. We're not talking about you. We're talking about shitty people that beat their wives. Unless if you're admitting that you beat your significant other. Is that what you're saying, bro? That you beat your partner? Because if you don't beat your partner, you've got nothing to worry about, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So okay, I got 10. Yeah, I got 10. That makes sense. So I can get 11, 12, 13. I literally got one more to do on this, but I need them to drop another adversary mode. So that's 13, 14, 15, 16 from casino. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, I can get it. I can get it if I get those ones done. And if I get that one done and that one done, that's 2 extra. Yeah, I can definitely do it. I can definitely get Claude, and I can definitely get Nico if I try. Oh, should you start your 24-hour now? Yeah, you can do that, bro. You can start now if you want. If that's what you're talking about. Remember when he compared himself to Chris Brown? What, JB? I think he probably just talked about, like, appearance more than who he is. I don't think JB would hit a girl. I don't think he would hit his partner anyway. I think he knows there's certain lines you don't cross. You'll go beat him up, probably, yeah. I think JB's more... I'm more worried that JB would be in an abusive relationship with him being the victim. And I'm not joking either. I genuinely think that would be more likely. Like, I don't mean that in a funny way. Like, I just genuinely get that vibe that that would be what happens. Yeah, bro. Start your 24-hour, bro. Perfect timing. I'm gonna go to bed soon. Yeah, I wasn't meant to stream this long. I was only meant to stream for a little bit, but... yeah, I just got really into talking about the situation, the state of the world. It's not something I want to bring up all the time, because it gets quite depressing, and I think it puts, you know, makes people, obviously, they don't want to hear about it all the time. But I think that, like, once in a while, I'll talk about it, you know, once in a while, I'll mention, like, you know, the state of it. Like, it's not something that I would. It's not like the old days where I talk about every day. Nah, it's one of those things where I talk about maybe once every 2 weeks, unless if something major happens, of course. If something's fuck's sake, if something's been happening, like, you know, if the next one I'd probably talk about would be the Venezuelan invasion, the invasion of Venezuela, if it happens. The illegal the illegal invasion of Venezuela, might I add. But other than that. You woke up at 2 p.m. because Christmas exhausted you. You ate 3 plates. Jeez. Yeah, I know what you mean though about being exhausted. I was so tired when I came in. That's why I was on so late, because I was meant to come on about 8, 9ish, but I ended up just sleeping on the sofa. I was so full. I had to eat so much shit. Had to eat all the leftovers that I had left. So I had a bunch of pie food that me and Rebecca had some of, and then unfortunately it will go off. It'll go off if I don't eat it today. I was like, yeah, I gotta have it. The only things you realize about in the stream are what's happening to the game and movies. Yeah. No, I get that. That's why I don't bring it up as much as I used to. I used to bring it up a lot more, but I mean, there's no point, because yeah, nothing's happening. Like, there's a lot of bad shit happening. There's no point bringing it up all the time, because nothing's gonna change. But yeah, if it's something that's been big or something that's like funny, I'll mention it. Like, you know, Orange Man fucking spending entire time on Twitter, True Social losing his mind at Christmas time. That's fucking hilarious. Like, just from a perspective, like, not even from a political perspective, that's just fucking hilarious. And he's so deeply unhappy. He spent his entire Christmas just, instead of being with friends and family and having a good time, he spent it online spamming shit on his social media. That's hilarious. The funny thing is, the conversation would have ended had that other Don not started going on about Ukraine and like Trump derangement syndrome and all that shit. And I was like, bro, had he not gone on about that, that conversation would have ended after me laughing about Trump being a sad Don on Twitter all day. Well, not Twitter, but you know what I mean. Might as well be Twitter. Isn't it really funny though, like, that both the most powerful man in the world and the most richest man in the world both spend their entire life online? They're like both chronically online losers that just all they do is sit on fucking on their respective social media sites and spam shit every day. That is nuts to me. Like, getting rid of Twitter was one of the best things I ever did. That shit was just depressing. I can see why Elon always spends all his hours on there getting angry about everything, because no wonder. That shit is so dead. That website is genuinely so fucking boring when you look at it now. If a Hassan Glazer came by, something like that. Oh, what if I was talking shit about Hassan? Well, that'd be funny, yeah. I've got a lot to say about Hassan or Hassan or whatever his fucking name is. Although the only thing I want to say about Hassan is free Kaya. That's the only thing I really want to say right now. It's just free Kaya. From the TV to the settee, Kaya will be free. You need a wife like Biden and Obama. I mean, I actually do think that having a good relationship is massive in people's... Like, men that are lonely or men that are in unhappy relationships typically end up being really bad. Almost always. Not always, but almost always. I do feel that having a loving relationship with good trust and a deep, meaningful... Like, ability to have proper, meaningful conversations can massively improve your your success in life and how you are and how you come across. Like, I don't think that's a joke at all. I actually do genuinely believe that, because like I know Rebecca made me better. She definitely improved me as well. But also, you see these people. You see like Trump and and JD Vance and all that, and they're not happy. They're just not happy people. You look at them and you're like, yeah, these people are not happy. But then you see like people like Obama and you see Biden, and they're genuinely really happy. They're living really good lives and they're really happy with each other and they love each other. It's a complete different thing. Being fascist rots them more than being man whores, but yeah, I mean, it all connects to some extent. Like, you're not going to get a good relationship if you're a horrible person, to be fair. So you kind of bring on yourself. If you're a shitty person, you're not going to attract a good mate, are you? If you're a shitty person, you're going to attract shitty people. So, but I also do think that someone who's good for you can really improve who you are as well. I think it's like a symbiotic like thing, where you need both sides can help each other. I like how the police are helping me, by the way. That's fucking great. The one time the police are actually helping me. Nah, that's crazy work. Nah, the police are full on helping me. What the hell? Go on then, lads. Yo! Nah, they're actually fucking these guys up. Wow. Also, I love how the AI on the gunner is not programmed to shoot cops. He's only programmed to shoot humans. That's funny. Good stuff, Rockstar. But yeah, I do think that. I do think that to some extent, a good relationship is massive in helping people stay grounded, and being happy massively will stop you from being. I think being unhappy will lead to people being in that mindset. So I think being happy is a massive thing. So being in a good, healthy relationship where you can express yourself to your significant other can really help with your happiness, and that will help you thrive in the long run. So, but the problem is, a lot of these people then they get to the point where they're just shitty people beforehand, and no one wants to be with them. Understandably, like, why would you want to be with someone who's not a good person? So, yeah, unless it's for money, which is what Melania's doing, 100%. Melania's with Trump purely for the money. Like, she's still a shit person, but she's doing it mostly for the money. Once she gets that payout when he dies, I honestly don't think we'll hear from her again. Like, it won't be like Erica Kirk, who's celebrating that her husband dies so she can grift. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Melania just disappears. She'll just live somewhere. She'll move somewhere away from where she's been living, and she'll just live her life. She might appear in things like model things. She might appear at some of the events and stuff like that, but I don't think she'll do much more than that. She won't be like, cooking up a storm. She'll just be kind of existing.
Get your ass back! Give it up!
There was a senior year 3 you were friends with, junior year, and he was a right-wing borderline incel type. You just pay that don. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you just peed them in the end. The sad thing is they take down our lives as well. That's what annoys me. Like, I wouldn't mind so much if they just kept it to themselves, but then because they're so deeply unhappy, they try to force all that shit on everyone else. Because they're so deeply unhappy that they'll never find love. They think, well, fuck LGBT because we don't want LGBT because, it's they basically want to ruin other people's happiness. And then they go, oh, well, we want to impose, we want to have like abortion bans and stuff like that so people can't have sex because I can't have sex, kind of thing. They just impose all their backwards ass shit on other people because they're deeply unhappy people. If you're a deeply unhappy person, you've got nothing better to do in your life than to ruin other people's lives.
This place is crazy as hell.
If you're a happy person, you won't give a shit. He wasn't a stereotype. He hated Ben Shapiro and support healthcare and other stuff. Oh, yeah, maybe he's one of those like old school. Well, I guess maybe the incel side of it. Yeah. It's sad because yeah, I mean it goes to show you could just be a normal person, but being like an incel type and not having a healthy, you know, relationship, or, you know, the ability to not be lonely or whatever can really fuck your brain. The camaraderie that's offered by incel types is dangerous. That's what Andrew Tate does as well. Like, although he obviously can have sex, he has money to do it, but the point is that they attract people that are deeply unhappy and deeply lonely to get them on, you know, to get them to kind of support their shit. Which is where I think a lot of like left-wing groups are kind of going down. It kind of fucking up. Is like there's like a big thing in a lot of left-wing groups not to have like not to help young like men, especially like more kind of like working class men. It seems to be quite the opposite. Like they're not allowed to join other groups because they're all, you know, they're the oppressors type thing. But then if you leave those people out in the cold, eventually a lot of those people are going to be, you know, going to become cold people. So it's one thing I would like to see more of, is more inclusion in a lot of left-wing groups to kind of bring these people in to kind of, you know, so that they're not left alone and ostracized. But it's not easy to do. Sometimes they don't help themselves. Alright, JB, have a good one, bro. Have a good sleep, bro. I know it's like sleep time for JB because it's like 5:20, so it must be sleep time soon. What am I selling? Am I selling my CO? Not CO, my Acid Lab? That'll probably be the last thing I do. I'm very happy though tonight. I got 2 missions done, 2 career things done. After all these weeks of working on it, I finally done it. I'm so happy. After all this time, I'm so happy I finally did it. Oh, I don't know what to do next though. I guess my next thing to do would be do the FIB stuff. The FIB, and the other stuff. Oh, I need to do my I need to do my bounty. I'll do that off stream. I'll do that off stream. I won't do it on stream because it'll probably be boring as shit. I'll do it off stream. And then I can take my time with it and just kind of like zone out. Fuck that. I don't want to do it, but I got to do it because if I don't do it, I'll end up regretting myself, because I'll have to do it. I'll have to then do it again, and yeah, so just do it. Just do it. Sell this quickly and then call it a day. Oh, it's one of these fake outs, yeah, it's a fake out. Yeah, it's been a decent stream other than that one guy. But hey, it happens. It happens. As I said, I just pity them. Either it's a guy who is being paid to be an idiot, or someone who is deeply unknowing of the situation. But I don't know which one I pity more. Whether you do that as your job. I don't know. If that was my job, I'd rather quit. I'll be honest with you. But if it's a job, then what a shit job. And if it's not a job, then well, I deeply pity them. With politics, you can't deep it, just troll. No, you got to have some level, because like, you know, these are real people's lives that are being affected. Like these are people's lives. Children have been lost. You know, it's a serious subject. Like, you know, same with Israel and Palestine. You know, it's a serious subject regardless of your views on the actual, you know, conflict. It's still a serious subject. they'll never listen. Well, yeah, people never will, but I'm not gonna let some random Don spew his pro-Russian shit on the stream without any sort of contesting. That's the thing. If someone comes in and says Russia great, Russia best scientists in the world, Russia greatest space station, that's fine. That's something I can laugh at and be like, yeah, sure, bro. That's cool, but yeah, when people start going on about Ukraine, I'm like, nah, that's fucked. Of course, it's back to where I literally started. Love that. Love that from you. What a good guy Mutt is, you know? I will say one thing that's actually really beneficial, though. Since they started banning a lot of Russian... the ability for Russians to join, like, Western servers and stuff, I will say, in a lot of games, cheating has gone down significantly, so... That's not too bad. Next, they need to work on Brazil. Brazil is there's always been that old meme that Brazil and Russians are the two biggest cheating countries in the world. And whenever I play games, almost always, yeah, Brazilians and Russians. It's kind of a meme, but kind of true. Brazilians are more likely to be on the American servers, whereas the Russians are more likely to be on the European servers. Yeah, and yeah, he didn't really have anything like quite coherent now. Like he contradicted himself on a lot of things, like the whole January the 6th. Oh, but because they weren't armed, that makes it okay. Even though they were armed, just not with guns. But some of them had guns. CS:GO, yeah, CS:GO, CS in general has always had a big Russian cheating problem. They do live up to the stereotype. I'm not gonna lie. That game used to be full of them. And then the Brazilians as well, man. Brazilians, too funny. At least the Brazilians are funny, though. Ooh. I always find it really interesting, though. It is interesting being a big fan of the British Empire, like the history of the British Empire, and it is always a very interesting kind of thing when you come across people that are genuine imperialists who, you know, who still think that way, rather than kind of looking back at it in history and realize it's history, you can't change history. But you know, look back at it and go, you know what, that was bad, that was bad, that was bad. I'm still a fan of the subject. I'm still a fan of, like, you know, the whole, you know, the history of it. I still love learning about it. But it's very interesting when you come across people that believe in that way still to this day. Like, they believe that it was right and that it's still, you know, it would still be right to this day. And it's always very interesting because, you know, because obviously I can see where they're coming from, because obviously I do believe that UK would be better with Ireland in it, but obviously you've got to understand the reasoning behind the history and why Ireland disagrees with that. But yeah, it's very interesting when you come across people that are genuine, like they do genuinely believe that might is right, and that, you know, everyone else is just kind of a plaything to be played with by the strongest. So yeah, it's always very interesting when you come across people like that, because it's like, it's really, you know, it's really disturbing, because like they genuinely, like, yeah, I love the British Empire. Do I think Britain should still have India? No. Do I think Britain should still have South Africa? No. Do I think Britain should still have Rhodesia? No. Like, of course not. Why the fuck would I? You know, like, why the fuck would I? Like, I can disagree with different things in history, and I can also agree. I can also say things like, I do believe the Suez Crisis was a miscalculation by the Americans that fucked Western influence in the region for a whole generation. Whilst also agreeing, you know what, best to stay out of it, you know? Like, I can still criticize different things. You know, I can still say that certain, you know, certain decisions made by the British government that allowed for the Americans to break free were mistakes. But I say that from a historical perspective of, obviously knowing what I know now, yeah, if I was going to go back in time, 100%, I would try to change that. It'd be interesting to see. But at the end of the day, what's done is done, and the imperialist era is over. We can't change that. Not that I'd want to, but we can't change that. We need to accept that people. This is the era of people deciding what happens in their own backyard, in their own actual house, not in other people's places. And that's what we just have to accept, that sometimes your neighbor does stuff you don't like, and you just have to put up with it. You know, Ireland is extremely neutral, doesn't fund any military. We have to defend Ireland. The British have to pay money to defend Ireland because Ireland refuses to defend itself. We could get angry about that, but what's the point? It's their right to not invest in military. Maybe one day that will come back to bite them in the arse. Maybe they'll get invaded by Russia one day and they'll be regretting it, but I don't know.
How's it going?
But that's their choice. That's their decision. We just have to experience it. We just have to, you know, deal with it. Like, say what you want about your arguments last year. At least you want. Oh yeah, you're definitely not misinformed. I've never. I couldn't say that. You're very knowledgeable on the stuff you talk about. So, yeah, 100%. Whereas that guy had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. He didn't know any of the history of Ukraine. He had no knowledge about any of the history of Ukraine. No history of it. No knowledge of similar conflicts like the Irish and the British, and how the Irish independence and how that led to that. And he had no idea about any of that. So I don't know what the fuck he's on about. No idea what he's talking about. Orange Man's going to let the Russians take it or not. I don't know what's going to happen. I know that funding and military assets from America have massively decreased, but Europe is at least supplying stuff. It's just not enough. So I don't know. But Ukraine's doing massive boosts in things like drone technology. So they're killing a bunch of Russians without any soldiers being lost, or very few soldiers being lost, because they managed to defend an entire flank with just one robot controlled by a person from afar. It's insane. And all the Russians were getting fucked up by this one robot, this one like drone. So the Ukrainians are pretty fire, but the only issue is how long can they last out for? Hopefully long enough for maybe another president, maybe a new president will come in and you know, start funding it. Maybe Putin dies. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking with that. Like, I don't know why he thought he was that. I think it's either ignorance, or I'm hoping naivety and ignorance, but I have a feeling it was a bot. I have a feeling he was paid. They do that. They spend a shit ton of money on having people just going through, you know, social media and things like YouTube to just kind of spread shit. They look for anything political and they spread shit. And obviously he caught me talking about how Trump was being a weirdo, which obviously helped him. Gave him a boost to say something.
All right, that one's a weird one. She's a serious
Fortnite when? Probably not for another couple, maybe a week or two.
Quarterly reviews, taxes,
you could never toss aside your integrity for a paycheck. Some people can, some people can't.
She's jumped bail by being
I wouldn't myself.
Dead. Honestly,
I think at the end of the day, the only thing you really have at the end of the day is your morals. If you're willing to sell out your morals, who are you as a person? You know what I mean? Like, if you're willing to sell out for a chunk of change, what are you as a person? I think that's the thing. Like, the biggest I think that's the thing to me anyway, is that's the core concept, is what you stand for. Even if it is great or not great, it's what you stand for. You sell out for a chunk of change. Well, you're not really that strong of a person. But yeah, it's just one of those things really where unfortunately you gotta put up with these dons. They wanted you work as a bus ticket guy. Wait, bus ticket? Well, do they still have a person to sell bus tickets over there?
Hey, honey. Figured I'd jump in on this one since my boyfriend, Murph, is a mortician and friends with the crew over at St. Fiacre. So, even though the
But yeah, I don't know.
apparently did
Oh, security giving fines. Oh, okay.
the body that came in. Jeanette will call in a second to give you the lowdown, but in the meantime, start heading over to
I was gonna say, like, that'd be pretty fire having like ticket people still. I kind of missed that on buses when you'd hop on the back of a route master and you'd have a guy selling tickets. Good times. I miss those days. They were great days. Hey West, how you doing? Good morning to you. I've done this one before, but I'm gonna do it again just so I can get that thing ticked off. I need to do them until I get the one I've not done yet anyway, so... Oh, they actually zoomed it in. Look at that. That's a W. Oh, it's around here. I was going to end it before this, but fuck it. We'll do this and then I'll end it.
Mark's friend that works in this morgue said the body should be in one of the cabinets.
And one of the cabinets, huh? Ah.
Just take a photo of the body and send it my way.
It's a bit weird doing this. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit weird.
Got it? Well, I don't know who the hell's laying on that slab, but it ain't Grace Whitney. All right, clear out of there. I'll try and figure out where the real Grace Whitney.
So we came in here and we killed a bunch of innocent people just because of a mistake. Good stuff. 10 out of 10. Great decision, that. Good job there, Jeanette. Good job.
So if I'm a billionaire trying to start a new life, the first thing I'm gonna need is cash. Apparently Whitney's super into art, got her own collection. I say we head over to her gallery to start. Gotta be a little bullshit there first.
Don't know why they're sending a private security team. I'm not gonna lie, if I found out there was a guy with a gun shooting everyone in my... I'd be sending the police, not the security team, but whatever. This girl is so annoying.
Trying for a fresh start and all that shit. Bet she still looks like a bitch though.
Alright. Well, where the fuck is it? Why is my minimap so glitched? This keeps happening to me. Where the fuck is it? Ah, for fuck's sake. I don't know where it is. Feels weird being nearly halfway to 800. Jeez. You actually are. Actually getting on there. Sure it's one of the office buildings. Shit. Maybe it came up on the stream. Let me just rewatch one of the video, my stream a little bit, just in case it came up. It might have come up for like a split second and I missed it. Or it glitched out. Let me have a look. No, don't clip, don't clip, don't clip, don't clip it. I don't know why I clicked clip. Don't clip. I'm gonna click speed. Alright, don't do that because it's fucking up. Yeah, that's fine. No, it literally never told me. Great. Good stuff. Alright, great stuff. We're fucked. We're actually fucked. We're just gonna have to check every office, I guess, because that's probably where that'll be where it's at. It's probably an office building. Alright, fine, we'll check the offices, I guess. Lovely. Yeah, this is why people hate this DLC so much. You've nearly watched 100 movies. That's crazy. 100 movies in a year. I can probably count on one hand how many movies I've watched this year. Maybe 2 hands, actually. Bro, I want this to end. I'm tired. I wanna go off, bro. I wanna go to bed. I wanna watch Stranger Things and go to bed.
I'd go through the underground parking lot so nobody sees you coming up.
Underground parking lot. I think it's this one then. I think it might be this one then because she started yapping about underground parking lot. It must be this, right? Maybe? What's going on here? What's this? No, not this. Ah, fuck. Not that one then. Bro, is it? Maybe it's. I mean, there's another underground parking lot here, right? No, I don't think it's. I don't think it's this one. Something tells me it's not this one. How dark it is in here. What the fuck? I haven't tried Oh, Arcadius might be actually. There is an underground parking lot that's actually a driving. Yeah. Good shout, good shout. Yeah, maybe. That would make sense, right? That would make sense. Underground parking lot. Alright, was that one? Good shout. What a great fucking DLC where it doesn't even tell you where to go. See, this is why I've meant in the past where they should tell you. Because imagine if you have radar off. How are you supposed to know? How are you supposed to know where things are? It should tell you in the speech. She should say, "Go to Arcadius building."
Hey, you
no.
like my new hair? You look like a totally different person, right? Ugh, God, the general population is so stupid.
She still doesn't know that the jig is up, so get past the guards and then...
Oh shit.
Who are you? Stay away from me!
You fucking penis! I'll kill you!
Don't let her get away!
Where's she gonna go, huh, Jeanette? You gonna go to the roof? What was she gonna do? Jump off the roof? You would have gave up so fast. Well, as soon as, like, I was gonna go one by one. I was gonna start with that one, go Arcadius, go to the Lombank and the other one. And that's... Is there another office after that? I can't remember. That's 4 offices. And then Wes said try Arcadius. I was like, yeah, okay, cool, because that makes sense. It has got an underground parking garage. And yeah, thankfully it was there, which it does make sense thinking about it, because it is a drive-in. It's actually a parking garage you can drive into. I think she's gonna die. She's probably on fire.
Stop right there. You see this? I'm armed.
I don't care if you're armed. Alright, you got tased. What now, huh? What are you gonna do now, huh? What are you gonna do now, huh? Oh my god. Lovely. Lovely. I love when the enemies just get this mad speed boost. That. Ha. Well, I guess we're gonna be running through it. Oh, lovely. Oh, you bastard. You meant to slide. Okay, it's fine. It didn't even touch me. Alright, it's actually fine. I've got fireproof shoes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, who the fuck shot me? Where are you? Where the fuck are you? You're gonna get tased. Anyway, you bastard. Come on. How does it feel, huh? How does it feel? How does it feel to get hit? It's not very nice, is it? Here's a... God, have a flashlight. It's not very nice, is it?
Jesus!
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not very nice. Yeah, it's not very nice.
Oh, sweet Jesus! You got no idea what I'm capable of.
Alright, good stuff, good stuff. Is she alive? I don't know if she's alive. A lot of the year's best movies premiere festivals like Cannes. How do you pronounce it? Is it Cannes or Canes or something? And TIFF. And shit. It's not until late in the year that bangers come out and early in the next year. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Former, oh, Cannes. I'm always tempted to overpronounce stuff like that and be like, Cannes.
I hope your mediocre bounty hunting business has a good legal team because you've never been sued like
My
I'm about to
mediocre
sue
bounty
you.
business.
You'll
Bro,
all spend
it's
the
not
rest
even
of your days
mediocre,
fighting
it's
for
shit.
scraps and
I'm
bully
literally
votes.
running the shittest bounty business. I'm working out of a tiny little, like effectively a tiny little office that looks run down and has mildew in it. It isn't even mid, it's shit. Don't try to speak up and tell me that this is mid. This ain't even mid, bro. Shittest bounty business in the city. Fuck this place. Oh, it's canned. Is it just can, yeah? Lewis gone, but not forgotten. I mean, he'll still be in top 10. Lewis will still be in top 10 forever. Well, I mean, not forever. He'll be there until Kalen overtakes him. Long time. Alright, I've done that. Beautiful. So, I've done 2 days out of 3. Good, 2 out of 3. So I've got to do one more day and I'm done, yeah? One more day. I've got to do one more though, because I've only done 5 of the 6 special ones, so I do need to find the other special one.
Oh, I mean the power suits, obviously. Not the whole death faking thing.
Alright, this lady's annoying me, I'm leaving. Got a while to go before you bitch AF. Yeah, AF's still got numbers. AF's still doing... I mean, 910 is really fucking good. Like, bro's still got mad numbers on it. Alright, so that's it. So, I think that's all I've got to do for tonight. I've grinded it. I will be playing this again. I might take a break tomorrow and do Fortnite. I'm not 100% sure yet. All I know is on Sunday I will be back on GTA because Dean is back, and I want to do. I really want to do Overtime Rumble on Sunday if he's back. So hopefully, we can get Dean on, do that, and then when I do get back to GTA, like non-Overtime Rumble and stuff, I've got to do Operation Paper Trail and I got to do San Andreas Mercenaries. So that's my next 2 mission sets that I'm going to be trying to do. Also, I really want that. That's a really cool mask, so I really want that. I got to do them on hard, which is again straightforward, and I got to do them on hard without eating snacks or armor, less than 50% damage, and also with over 8% accuracy. Again, all doable. And then San Andreas Mercenaries, I just got to do this one, which is do them on hard without. Yeah, do them all without 50% damage, all without snacks or armor, and all with 80% accuracy. So in other words, both of those seem to be doable pretty quickly. And then we'll see from there. But that's the plan anyway that I'm planning on. So I don't know yet. I'm not 100% sure what I'll do tomorrow, but it may be Fortnite if I'm feeling it. It just depends what I'm feeling like. It depends when I get on as well. But yeah, it might be Fortnite. And then I'll be back on GTA after that when I want to do Overtime Rumble and some more grinding. But I want to get that Nico Bella outfit, and I've done 10 out of 25 of the careers now, so I'm so close on a bunch of them. I just need to get lucky and or have just a little bit of grind on it, and I'm done. That's it for now. Alright, so thanks everyone coming by on this lovely night. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your days. Hope everyone who's in Europe and all that have slept. Hope you enjoy your mornings. I am going to go watch Stranger Things and then go to bed. Hope you all have a lovely day, all that good stuff. Yeah, have a good one. Bye!